Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, and welcome to something different. I've got a hankering to learn more about guitars. I've been building them for rather a long time. Must be 20 years or thereabouts. But while right at the beginning I was absolutely enthralled by what everybody else was doing, and I read everything I could, and I watched. Actually, when I started there wasn't YouTube. There's my phone going. I'm waiting for something. I read magazines, I read books, and I watched music videos, and I was enthralled by the world of the electric guitar. But over the last decade, I suppose, I've lost myself in what I was doing, and I haven't really paid attention to the market. Now, a hell of a lot has changed, but also I realized that I was not playing other people's guitars, in spite of the fact that I still lusted after many of them. I said, no, I can just make myself. I've been threatening to build myself, for example, a PRS hollow body, the sort of the thick one, was it the hollow body too, forever. Since I saw Incubus using them, way back then. And yeah, I haven't. So, from now, on a very regular basis, I'm going to buy a guitar by another manufacturer. I'm going to take it apart on camera. I'm going to look at the wiring. I'm potentially going to measure the output of the pickups. I'm going to check what the neck feels like, how it comes out of the factory if it's relatively new, what the frets are doing, how they built what they did, at what budget they've done that. And for interesting guitars, I'll take drawings and maybe we'll draw plans for people to have a look at or something like that. But while I'm learning, while I'm experiencing, while I'm getting to play a lot of guitars that I haven't been able to justify buying, really, I'm also hoping that you guys are going to enjoy, learn potentially, find interesting things about whatever the manufacturer of the day has done that could potentially inform what you do and what you are interested in doing moving forward. Now, yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is a live stream. I'm currently live streaming this. It's Monday morning, 11 AM UK time, and we've got a bunch of people already in the house. Mark Jennings, Afterlife Guitars, Tutankhamun, Eves Corman, JS Trucking, Bob Trussell, Paul Needs, Anonymous Botch, Tahoe Mike, Black Wraith, a bunch of people, a bunch of YouTube members are with us already. I can see all of the coloured names floating around in the chat. And welcome all of you. I will be answering questions. Generally, during these builds, the chats heat up fairly rapidly, so I'm not going to be able to pay too much attention to what's going on in the live chat, although if I see a question, I will answer it. Super chats will 100% be answered. That's the beautiful thing. It supports the channel, but it also slaps me in the face with your question, much like Paul Needs, who starts the day off by saying, what made you want to build guitars? Ben. Paul, it was seriously, I grew up with basically nothing. We were pretty much destitute for much of my life. And although it must be said that somehow whenever I really wanted something, it happened. I got into music. My mother had an old nylon strung guitar. She was a guitarist, a guitar teacher actually for a long time. And, but of course, you know, I liked the thought that maybe guitars would get me laid at some point, and I felt that an electric guitar was required. So I ended up going down that path, realized I was not a musician. I don't have the social skills. essentially. That's what it boils down to. I can't go out every night. I can't go... gig every night. I can't go and see gigs every night. It's not in my makeup. I need some quiet time. I love this workshop. I'm talking to a camera now, not the 85 people currently watching. Anyway, the end result was I couldn't actually afford the guitars I wanted. I still can't afford the guitars I want. My taste is... I have expensive taste. So that's why we're here. Now, for example, today I'm working on a Hofner Galaxie, which is a supremely cool looking instrument from the 90s. And this is the sort of thing that I would have, you know, given my back teeth for when I thought I was a musician in a band and all that sort of stuff. I could never conceive of owning a Les Paul or a PRS, or I desperately wanted a 335. I saw this in a window in a darkened store with just the spotlight on this blonde 335. Just everything. Nowadays I can conceive of those instruments, and I'm going to be buying them to take apart and deconstruct on the channel, and then once I've experienced them for a time and done all of the research into how they're made a video, I'm going to raffle the instrument off. I'm going to raffle most of the instruments off. I'm sure there are going to be one or two that will have to just stick around. And that means that you guys who may be in the same situation I was in back then, who can't justify spending £2,000, £3,000, £4,000, £5,000 on a high-end guitar, could potentially, for the cost of a couple of quid's worth of raffle tickets, could potentially end up owning it. And that is something, I mean, Paul, your question could very much have been planted. Like, I mean, I didn't, but it's absolutely perfect as the first question. I was very resistant to the idea of raffling guitars off, because personally I feel like gambling is a slippery slope, and I don't want to promote it in any way, shape or form. But also, this is a way that I can get, through using raffles for these guitars and for instruments that I build on the channel. The people who've been winning my guitars recently have, I think the most anybody spent on tickets was about £50 and won a whole instrument. And that makes me very happy. It covers my costs. This is going to allow me to buy more guitars in so that I can experience more, so we can make more videos, so we can all learn more, and somebody will end up with an instrument in the end. With that in mind, actually, I do need to just check. I just need to check and see, because I actually have made the raffle live for this, or at least I'm waiting for that to be... I'm waiting for that to be okayed by the company that runs the raffles for us. I would have done this before the stream, but I was too busy watering some passion flowers. It's the important things. Okay, there we go. So yes, the raffle is live for this instrument. It should be... I'm wondering if it's in the description of this video. If you guys let me know in the chat, is the raffle link in the description of this video? If not, I'm going to have to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask Talitha to do that, but you'll let me know in the thing. Currently no tickets. Everybody still wants 335s or 355s. Gareth Travis on this guitar says, if all three pickups still work or are not shorting internally, that is the first miracle. Tutankhamun says, buy watches instead. Lol, I'm divesting myself of quite a lot of my watch collection. I purposefully got into a hobby that was as far away from guitars as I could get, because I felt I needed to get obsessed with something else. And I think that was a mistake, actually. So yeah, I'm not selling all of them, but I am getting rid of a lot of them. Very much so. It's also going to make my home life a lot better, I must say. Scott Steven 19 says, good morning, Ben. Here's to another week ahead. Cougar 88888 says, morning all, morning all. Stu J says, morning Ben and everyone, please don't make me laugh as I punctured my lung on Saturday playing rugby. I'm still sore. LOL. I'm firmly of the opinion that all sports of that sort are to be avoided like the plague. I hope you recover. How does one recover from a punctured lung? I suppose it heals. It just... I watched a friend rip all of the muscles off his shoulder playing rugby as a sort of 14-year-old, and that was that for me. And no thanks. Okay, now I nearly dropped the guitar. The big unit says, is this how you convince the wife to let you buy a PRS private stock guitar, asking for a friend? No, my Tanya is currently not watching. She's off at the gym. I am much like the tool shop. I've got a lot of tools, but she knows that I've sold tens of thousands of tools in order to sort of justify the ones that I've got here. But in reality, if I've got a lot of guitars coming through, if I've got a lot of guitars coming through, then she's not going to notice the one or two that do stick around, I don't think. And if it's a self-fulfilling thing, you know, I'm sure that this is going to make a little bit of a profit. I'm sure it is. I've actually capped the raffle at, I don't know, 1,500 tickets or something, so that it's still a relatively small pool of people and fairly good odds of winning. Hell, that might even be too much for what this instrument's worth. But anyway, it is what it is. Now, let's have a look at this guitar. I'm gonna get into this properly. The raffle is not gambling, it's charity. Not quite, because this raffle is not going to GGBO, or the last raffle I did raise £15,000. The raffle itself didn't quite get to 15, but there was super chats and things as well. We raised over £15,000 for the British Red Cross Ukraine appeal using raffle in part, but this is just... this is business as well, so it's not quite true. Anyway, has anybody told me if the link to the raffle is... I'll talk to Talitha. Hold on. My apologies. There we go. Now, finally, I'm expecting a courier at some point in the next hour or so to come and pick up some things from the house. So at some point, the dogs are going to go, "Aroo!" The phone's going to go, and I'm going to run out the door, and you won't see me for dust. I will be back shortly. However, let's get this party started. I've always had a weakness for 3 pickup guitars. My first love, my first dream was to own a Gibson Black Beauty with the 3 pickups, and in fact that is still something that I would like to do. He says, talking while adjusting the overhead camera. Oh, and you were looking at the overhead camera. I apologize. I try not to move cameras while you're on there. Now, the gorgeous thing about this is you've got volume tone, and instead of a switch, instead of a blade switch or a toggle switch, something like that, you've got just individual switches turning the pickups on or off. Now, that doesn't work for quick changes necessarily, but it's a pretty cool and incredibly versatile way of doing it. There is a tremolo system in here. We don't have the arm, and I don't actually have an arm that fits here, so that's going to require some work. And there are actually roller saddles on the Tunematic style bridge, which which is quite cool. So I mean, what else do we have? It's just an interesting guitar in relatively good nick. The fretboard is dry as all hell. The frets, there is some damage over here. It looks like maybe it's been refretted. I'm not sure. The frets are okay. The fretboard is dry. The nut is a small sort of fender size, or fender. That's a very weird bird in the background. Fender style nut. Let's have a look at the headstock here. But all being said, it's actually in relatively good nick. The pearlescent or metallic candy finish is pretty. I love the headstock with this transfer logo. I think that's very cool and very vintage. Those butterfly string tensioning things are not particularly attractive, and this is where we find out that we've got a budget guitar really. It's the electronics and the hardware. Those are cheap as. The tuners are cheap as. And we'll go in and have a look at the insides of one of those as well at some point. And it's a bolt-on neck as well, for what it's worth. There's some wearing out. I'm going to have to, I think, oil this. And amusingly, the shop, because that looks like that's come off recently, the shop where I picked this up has taken off the sticker that says where this was built. And I'm not sure actually where that is. I should have done a little bit more research. Okay, Wolford Guitar says he hasn't seen the link, but he's Googled Crimson Guitars and Raffle, and it is there. Okay, cool. So yeah, essentially, I've got Talitha putting the link in the description, and we'll go from there. Maybe I'll put a link in the chat as well, just for fun while we're here. How do you do that? Oh, there we go. Now, we have hosted a number of raffles. There we go. I don't know if that... Well, yeah, that works. There we go. Morning, Gody. Yeah, we've hosted a number of raffles with this company now, and it works really well. They take 10% in order to cover the fees, and it's a straightforward and very cool process. Now, before I crack on with this, before we start taking it apart, I suppose we should check and see what works. And I'm assuming everything works. I'm assuming. I've had a bit of a play. So there we go. Lisa says she loves the inlays. And as I bought it from a shop, a local shop actually in Yeovil, this was checked, and I'm not sure if they set it up or not, but it plays okay. So okay, I'm going to put the room mic on as well. So can you hear with the pickups all off? I've got some hum that goes away when the tone is off. Interesting. But there's no ground hum or anything like that when you've got a pickup. Okay, so this is the neck. And I'm just going through my Reggiani amp clean without very much else going on. Okay, very muddy. And there's not very much, it's a very quick tone pot, so it's probably an audio taper pot rather than a linear. Okay, so that's neck, middle. Bridge. Would be nice if it was in tune, wouldn't it? Bridge. Middle. Neck. There's actually not all that much variation that I can hear there. That's all of them. Okay. So, I mean, that sounds okay. It sounds okay. There's not a huge variation between the pickups. And what we've got is some height adjustment to do as well. Now, they are mini humbuckers, and as such, they buck the hum, which is cool. But I think we can play with the height to get the variation here. Now, just out of interest, I'm going to play a single note. Okay, all off. Neck, middle, bridge. So the bridge is noticeably brighter, but the middle and the neck, there's not all that much going on. But I think potentially that's because there is the neck is relatively far away. So when we put this all back together again, we can have a good look at that. Now, tremolo. I'm actually quite impressed by this tremolo. It's not particularly modern tech, shall we say. It's a tremolo tailpiece, very, very, very vintage style. And you've got the tailpiece where the strings go in the end, which I like. And then your trim arm just sits in there. Now, will that fit? No, that's far too big. Let's get rid of that hum. I've lost the screwdriver I was using about 4 minutes ago to do this. There we go. Now, this is the interesting thing. That is absolutely locked off, which is perfect because, well, if you don't use a trem, and I don't use a tremolo, you want to lock it off, don't you? Most instruments, you have to cut up a piece of wood, you have to go in the back and block the trem block off, etc. It's not ideal. This, however, this is perfect. This screw here unlocks it. And also changes the tension. Now, there's not much in there, and I'm not going to keep on unscrewing that until I've opened it up to see. But there we go. Okay, there's someone at my door. I'm going to go and sort that out. Can you hear the puppies? I'll be back in a second. Have a look at a guitar and chat amongst yourselves, my friends. All right. It's actually somewhat typical that that happened while Tanya was away and not anyway. Sorry, and not when it's convenient, but there we go. It is what it is. Mark Jennings says, why do we call it a tremolo and not a vibrato system? Habit. Technically it's incorrect, but at this point it is what it is. I'm not going to be hard-headed about semantics. Everybody understands what we're talking about, in spite of the fact that it's not tremolo, it is vibrato. Hey, tuny wobbler. Go on, Mark, I like it. Stu J says the 60s Hofner Galaxies fetch decent money now, not as much as a Fender or Gibson, but for a cheap guitar they can sell for 1,300 quid or more. I've seen them even higher, which is, they're really cool guitars. And that's the sort of thing, to be honest, this is a bit of a toe in the water for me, just to see what you guys think and just to figure out what I don't have yet that I'm going to need to get in order to do this properly. So for example, I don't currently have access to my profile gauge. I've got a metal one floating around somewhere that I'm not going to go anywhere near a neck with. I've got a nice plastic one that I want to use in these videos on Gibsons and PRSs and you know, vintage things. And this was a guitar that I bought just for fun to repair on the channel with no real plans. So this is an experiment. Kevin Harvey says he has his tickets already. May the odds be in your favour. You might be the only person who wants it, in which case I'm screwed. But anyway, so it sounds good, it feels good, but it can sound better, it can feel better. I suspect there's going to be some wiring involved today, but let us have a look. So, off with the amp. Bought a collection of axes the other day, including some what turned out to be genuine 15th, 16th century executioner's axes. Matt Fistopheles says it is called tremolo because vibrato was trademarked at the time by Gretsch. That is something that I did not know, or if I did know it, I forgot a long time ago. That's hilarious. And very cool. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. Now, I do have a couple of people out hunting for older instruments that we can do this. I'm specifically after a Les Paul Junior that probably won't be raffled off, but we will see. Anyway, let's actually get on with the day, shall we? What do you think? Now, this guitar was in the store for some time. The strings are not dead, but also, you know, we are going to replace them. As a matter of course, well, there we go, that just broke by loosening it. What can you do? I'm looking to stock these in at Crimson sometime soon. Reduce the tension on the strings, and then just go and chop them all off. On particularly old instruments, it has been said that if you do this without reducing the tension, you can damage the tuner. Well, that's been tied with the infamous Luthiers knot. I should do a video on the Luthiers knot. Now, some of the best guitar builders I have met spent a significant amount of time repairing and restoring old guitars, and generally in a busy guitar shop. Really, I did a small amount of that, but I've never really enjoyed it. In spite of the fact that it's a good way of generating income, specifically for smaller builders, I never really enjoyed it and didn't pursue repair work very much. I worked in a few shops every now and then as cover in my youth, but at this stage I actually regret it because, I mean, Paul Reed Smith himself, that's where he gained the knowledge to build what he built. And he was inspired by Ted McCarthy and Les Paul and Leo and all of those things and the older instruments. So that's that's what I'm thinking. There's a little bit of vibration here. But in reality, oh, there we go. It's not the truss rod. It's just those cheap tuners rattling around in there. Okay, well, let's take those off then while we're talking about it. I think they'll probably need a bit of a grease. Okay, look, before we do this, I need something to put it in. You'd be surprised how many of these we sell. They are incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. So there we go. The tuner itself is closed up. They've got these little press fit tabs. That's quite loose in there. And you've got a little hole through which you can grease it up. I don't particularly want to take it apart, not to that extent. I don't want to see what's in there. But we'll have a look about putting some grease in. And yeah, let's do that. It does look like there's a plastic bushing in here as well at this end. You've got a plastic bushing there, I suppose a bearing, or is that just keeping a little bit of tension on it? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's a tuner. It's not a particularly great tuner, but we've been using them like this for many, many years. Anyway, I'm going to get the rest off, and we'll see what we've got. I'm going to put them in order as well on the workbench. Okay, the big unit. How are you doing? The big unit's in with a super chat. Thanks very much, man. And says, I have a super early class today, so I've got to go. Have a great day, and I'll catch up. I'll catch the rerun later. Yeah, have a good day with your students, and yeah, teach them not to electrocute themselves. Chaos and carnage. I've got to sort of house electrics and plumbing are two things I avoid like the plague, but I've got a couple of basic just light fittings that we need to install, and I'm actually somewhat nervous about this. There's not a huge amount of gunk in here. No rust, a little bit of dust, but yeah, no problems, no issues really. I think I'm going to clean that off, and here's Crimson's fretboard and finish cleaner. I'm running out a little bit. It's a very gentle way of removing stuff, yet it's not working very well on that. Let's just leave that to cure for a bit. Okay, now questions and queries. Every now and then I'm going to stop. We're talking about vibratos and tremolos. Tony Murphy says the old Leslie speaker is a pseudo combination of vibrato and tremolo. By rotating the speaker, you get a combination of Doppler shift and amplitude shift. JS Trucking can hear the fly. It's probably a fly. We're in a field next to a bunch of young cows. If I can open this window, there we go. We'll get a little bit more air in and hopefully that thing will fly out. Okay, Marcus Dresden Guitar says every guitar should have locking tuners as standard and stainless steel frets. I think stainless steel frets are a bit of a... That's debatable. That is debatable. It's very debatable. Okay, so the cleaner is not touching that bit of sticky stuff. So what do we attack it with? All of the good stuff appears to be hiding. Ah, here we go. So this is a very thick poly finish. So I'm just going to hit it with a tiny, tiny amount of isopropyl alcohol, which does the job in about 3 seconds flat. Sometimes, unfortunately, you really do just need to go for the strong stuff. Okay, so that's done. I'm going to take the neck. I'm going to take the neck out of the guitar at this point. Tim Ziegler says, throw them away. You're talking about these tuners. I am going to throw the strings away, that's for sure. In this case, and in many cases with these videos, I'm not going to be changing physical parts, except for potentially wiring. So, you know, a pot or something like that, or a broken bit, yes, I will replace that. I am really tempted. Let me know what you think. I'm very tempted to go down the same route as, for example, car customizers do. And you take a US Fender Strat or something like that and mod it to the nth degree professionally and with taste, but yeah, that could be cool. I have bought a couple I've bought a couple of Les Pauls, and I'm going to be doing 2 different types of aging on them on the channel, and yeah, those will probably be raffled off as well. At least one of them will. We'll see. Jason Smith, how are you? Jason Smith says, hi Ben, those tuners are not original. It would have been 6 in line on a plate originally. They look like Clousons. On the 60s guitar, yes, I think so, but I think these are original to this guitar, which was made in the 90s. If you wouldn't mind Googling that shit, excuse my language, crikey. Have a Google and see if the 90s one had these on. I'm fairly sure that when I was looking at the images, that is what was on there. And this is exactly the thing. So I would have assumed that Clousons would have branding on them, and I just haven't taken apart many secondhand guitars, which is why I'm going on this journey. Now, here's something that that they've done in the factory that I would do differently, and do differently. And what we've got is the holes through the body are so close to the size of the screws that they've actually, the screws have threaded into the wood. I would drill those out bigger and make it easier. I should also, of course, be using a power tool to unscrew this. So yeah, let's just do that quickly. Oh, yuck. Alrighty, so that's not that nice. Yeah, I really am running out of my cleaner here. No. Okay, couple more comments here quickly from the big unit. Ari, me talking about electronics, etc. Says, shut the breaker off or pull the fuse before replacing light fixtures. Hell yeah. Just shutting the switch off does not necessarily de-energize the wires. I was 100% going to do that. I am so paranoid about this thing. Jason Smith, yeah, says the tune's not original. So I'm interested in seeing what that is. Interestingly, Jason Smith, I've just bought some beautiful antique gouges by John Smith from this sort of I think they're 18th century, but anyway, now the next actually no, it's not. Oh, hello. Let's get that off. So there we go. We've got a shim, and yeah, it's not particularly nicely done. Although, yeah, how necessary is it? I was going to say, oh, this neck is sticking in nicely, but it wasn't. It was the finish. It had stuck to itself. So, yeah, interesting. All right, so what I'm thinking at this point is I'm not entirely sure if somebody has cleaned this neck using isopropyl alcohol or something like that. And that has dripped in behind the neck pocket and melted the unprotected stain that was in the neck pocket, because there's no, not very much varnish in there, and that then stuck this together. Or this neck has never come off this guitar since it was manufactured, which would be interesting, because that means that from the factory it's come with a shim, which isn't horrific. I mean, Leo Fender collected people's business cards just to use as shims. But here we go. So it's stuck on the side, stuck on the back. It's not a bad looking chunk of maple. Perfectly, hold on, perfectly slab sawn. So the maple is, it's in its least strong configuration, shall we say. But other than that, it's absolutely fine. It's a little bit less strong than quarter sawn, but it is what it is. Steve Butcher says, title suggestions for the video edit: Opening Gambit. Luthier discovers how cheap guitars actually are. The initial thought, I'm always thinking about different ways of improving the channel and just having fun with it, really. And the initial thought was to buy super cheap guitars and either completely destroy them, cutting them up, and, you know, and I might still do that, but it just feels naughty. Then the other option is taking a super cheap instrument and customizing the hell out of it and turning it into something worth having, even though it's got a cheap name brand. That's a lot of money and effort into something that will never be worth anything, never really be worth the effort and time put into it. I'd rather, well, at the moment it's going to be a lot of work done on this sort of thing. Okay. Aha, fretboard and finish cleaner. I've got some more in this one. So let's see. Okay. Okay, here's a question from Airfire. Airfire says, has anyone emailed the store before about a kit guitar for some changes? I'm wondering what sort of response time is, because I'm extremely excited about my project and impatient. We are ever so slightly backed up at the moment, but that is coming to an end. If you've emailed, email again and we will get back to you fairly soon. And I can't tell everybody to look out for Airfire. Sorry, running the tool shop. I've got an incredible collection of tools coming in. And yeah. There's going to be some really beautiful things. So I'm excited about that. I'm just asking for permission to actually film the process of them coming in. So as it stands, we've got a bound fretboard. It is a rosewood of some sort, or a rosewood analogous type of timber. The frets, I think these frets have probably been redone at some point. So I'm going to move the body off and we're going to concentrate on the neck for now. Notched straight edges. We are in the process of adding bevels to the notched straight edges, and so they're not going to just stand up like this, but they're going to be far more precise. At the moment, all notched straight edges on the market work like this. You've got a generally relatively thick surface, and you can just put it on the fretboard, have a look, and see what you're doing. The issue is that because you've got such a big surface, you can't actually see everything that's going on underneath it. Premium straight edges always have a bevel, and we want to be premium. Okay, so that's actually fairly straight. I'm going to need a slight adjustment on there. In the past, I've had an issue with taking a neck off a Fender style instrument, doing a level crown and polish, screwing it back in, and the act of screwing it back into the body and putting the tension around the heel here messes up the leveling that you've just done. So in general, I would actually prefer to do the level crown and polish while it is still attached to the guitar. In the interest of experimentation, I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to do it off the instrument, and we'll see what happens. So there we go. Steve Butcher says, I would love to see vintage compared to modern. When were better materials used? Hardware finishes? When was the manufacturing better? What's the difference? Or what difference does it all actually make? This is the scary thing. I think that we have always had outside of handmade guitars, outside of artisanal instruments, it's always been about manufacturing as cheaply as possible. But yes, I think that is something that I'm going to do. If this turns out to be a weekly thing or a bi-monthly thing, I'm up for that, 100%. Granwalla has come in with a super chat, says, Ben, have you considered taking an old/new guitar that was smashed and rebuilding it into something like the Descendant or Copper Rodded Part 1? I had not to that extent, but I really like the idea. So I've got a Les Paul coming that has had what looks like a poor, in the photos, looks like a poor headstock repair, because of course the headstock broke. And that's going to be coming in. I'm going to see what happens there. But I am specifically chasing destroyed guitars, because if there's a guitar that's actually been in a house fire or something like that nobody wants to touch, that I could then take and resurrect, that could be very cool. It's a little bit windy now. I'm going to shut this window now that fly is gone, and we'll see what happens. Okay. So I have access to the truss rod. That will do it. Okay, so the truss rod's actually it's got a nice, it's got a very nice positive action to it. And this is something that we're going to discover about cheaper instruments nowadays. And that is that they've got the actual construction of them and the general materials of the guitar themselves is surprisingly good. It is. Okay, I just need to get on my knees now. Whoa. Yes, I'm fully aware that I sound like an old man now. Okay, this is pretty damn close. i.e. the fretboard itself isn't perfectly flat, I don't think. This might make you a little bit seasick. Hold on. Nope, that leg's in the way. So there's a few areas where you can just see a tiny amount of light coming through. And I've also just given a case for keeping non-beveled edges sides on straight edges. 1971 Silver Surfer says, "Old man, welcome to the club." Lisa's on day 2 of a migraine, but alive and watching. How are you? Much better than you. Migraines. Migraines. I used to get migraines on first days of new jobs for some reason, and I don't miss that. Tutankhamun says, "Is there a reason that Gibson seem to suffer neck breaks more than other brands?" And Paul Needs says, "Their resolute insistence that volutes aren't necessary," allegedly. This is the thing. Yeah. This is the thing. Yes, a volute makes a neck stronger and the headstock will not be as liable to break if you put a volute on it. But Gibson are trading not on the quality of what they are currently building, although in recent years I must say it has got better. Gibson are trading on what they built in the 50s and 60s. And the fact that Clapton and hell, everybody basically used them. They don't want to mess with that formula because that could be incredibly costly. And they certainly don't seem to be able to come up, Gibson in particular, don't seem to be able to come up with anything actually worth buying that is brand new. That is not their forte. Have you seen the new, what is it? Is it a TED? Is that what they called it? What's that new model that they came out with recently? It's one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. Okay, so there we go. So I've got the neck absolutely flat. We're going to clean this up and give it a coat of guitar finishing oil at some point. But let's get the frets and fretwork done first. Let's have the interesting thing. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can actually show you, if you'll be able to see on camera, the scratches under the finish. So around here, I don't think you're actually going to see it on camera. Yeah, around here and going in that direction where somebody's hand sanded while leaving a flat spot. There's a flat spot there. Somebody's hand sanded and left scratches underneath the finish. This doesn't really surprise me, but yeah, it's a pity. Now, let's get this sorted. Yep, there we go. So you can see scratches going across there. Same thing. I don't think that that is an artifact from after. I think that's part of the build. And you can also see there's a sort of a flat spot here. It's not necessarily a bad thing. The instrument is comfortable, and that's, you know, what it is. But yeah, that's not ideal. That side's much better. The top edge. Fun. I do love the mother of toilet seat inlays. This sort of celluloid stuff, which is what Gibson uses as well. That's a really cool look, isn't it? Okay. Old age is when you make those noises whether you're in pain or not. That's me then. BB Guitar says, plenty of vintage Gibson out there without neck breaks. They could make it better, but let's face it, user error is the biggest cause here. It is. It certainly is. But yeah, you can... A larger percentage of Gibsons have broken headstocks than brands that use volutes, which is sad. It's essentially a built-in obsolescence. The real question is, does building without a volute affect the tone in any way? Does it make for a better, more resonant, more responsive instrument? Maybe. Maybe. But I don't know. Okay, so we've got a plastic nut here. We've got a plastic nut. And I think they are actually the original frets. Yeah. Okay. So what I had seen before that that worried me, and that made me think that the frets had been replaced, was, where were we? There. It looks like there's some tear out just in the corner of the fret, but actually there's tear out all the way along the fretboard where it hasn't been fully sanded. Or sanded flush. And here you can see that much easier. There's a pointy thing. So yeah, that looks like tear out that you would get from ripping the frets out, but you've actually got a lot of tear out around. So it looks like they've just not done a particularly good job of sanding the fretboard down. And again, this was a relatively budget instrument when it was made. Which doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad instrument. That's the interesting thing. Andy R says, I've got a Les Paul with a volute and the neck was broken in transport. A clean break, so a simple glue repair, thankfully, but it does prove that a volute doesn't make it impossible to break a neck. Oh no, I'm not saying impossible, just more likely. Good morning, Casey McDermott from Theatre Guitars. How you doing? Oh, the Theodore, that's from Airfire. That's me. That's the guitar that I really don't like, the Gibson have just come out with. Brendan Elton says, I think this Hofner was rushed out, hence the paint transfer on the neck. That's essentially, I think they all were, and I do think that the paint transfer, as you're saying, was, yeah, in the build. Anyway, what can you do? We can make it play a little bit better. That's what we can do. Okay. That's all good. Buck Rogers says, I say buy a crimson, it will be perfect. I'm slightly biased, but yes. Honestly, for a long time, we made guitars that were far too perfect. And we're essentially making a loss on each one. At this point, we're doing it to the same level, but we've managed to become a little bit more efficient at doing it. Airfire says, I really like the look of the Theodore, but I realize that I'm in the minority, and I'm in the minority for a reason. It screams indie rock to me. Gibson Theodore guitar. Oof. I like the scratch plate. I absolutely hate the tulip, the sort of, yeah, the tulipy kind of horns on it. Again, they've taken an instrument that was not put into production, and it was not put into production for a reason. But they found this drawing and said, all right, let's put that into production now because it's vintage now. There will be a few people who will buy it, absolutely, and you know, it's one of those things. Dwayne K says, yes, I would buy a crimson if funds allowed in a heartbeat. I'm looking to, I'm hoping to do some budget or relatively budget-friendly instruments at some point. Okay, now, prior to do anything with the frets, I need to see what needs to be done to them. At this price point, at the factory, it probably didn't have anything bar a basic level crown and polish. In the meantime, though, people may well have done a full job on them. Here's hoping. So, fret rocker, gently move it along. I'm sort of trying to rock it. There we go. So I don't often use feeler gauges to do this. I tend to do everything by feel. But that feels like a substantial rock. There we go, 0.07 millimeters or 0.0028 inch. So one of those frets is high, or one is low. So the third fret is very high at this point. And since we think this is original, I suspect that this guitar's never had a level crown and polish. Same again here. And there. 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 There. I sound like the guy at the local Chinese restaurant when you're placing an order. And then, there. Ah! Crikey. Frets shouldn't, on a guitar that's actually being played by somebody, you shouldn't see that amount of rock. That is substantial. Okay. This is the thing. So a cheap instrument, that is it. Your setup, the quality of the material used. I'm interested, I need to start taking some notes actually. I'm interested to see what happens, it's actually how hard these frets are. I've lost my notebook. Hold on. I want to buy a hardness tester tool. For these. <sighs> 20th of the 6th, how the hell are we already at the 20th of June? Okay. It's a start. Stu J says, I love working on necks. I find it so relaxing. I set up and fix all the guitars in the band and it's great fun and takes away stress from my life. Tim Ziegler says, Ben, that's the standard today. This guitar has never been properly set up. That's from Tony Murphy. AFI says, you sound like the GP asking where it hurts when you have a tummy ache, or the optometrist as they swap out lenses. Ha. Paul Need says, I thought those rockers were expensive till I got one. Half a ton of metal and 5 sides. Yeah, they are very chunky and they are expensive, but they also take a lot of time and effort and energy to make properly. And you've got the 5th side, which is for ukuleles and smaller instruments, which most people don't normally do. Brendan Elton says, the Theodore uses the same tuners as this Hofner. Ha! Mixed Guitar says, who doesn't want a guitar that rocks? Clever. Okay, now, it's just... I don't think I'm going to necessarily learn very much from looking at cheap guitars, am I? So these fret ends, you can also see The fret ends are very sharp. It's not horrendously uncomfortable. That's okay, but we can definitely do better. I'm not going to mask the fretboard off, not until I get to the final polishing stage. I'm going to level them first. So let's crack on with that. It doesn't appear to have been played very much. There's a very, very slight evidence at the first fret of a little bit of wear on that fret, just a little bit, but not enough to cause any issues. It's more that it was never leveled in the first place that we've got a problem. That's making an assumption. We do have a slab neck, which could have moved if the instrument was rushed through production, which is evidenced by the fact that you've got that paint transfer. Then it is potentially true that the wood wasn't particularly well dried beforehand, and you may have had some movement in the neck after it was put together. I do love these inlays though. Fantastic. There's a new video coming. This lady she's rented a whole van just to bring a bunch of tools to me, to the vintage tool shop tomorrow, and she doesn't mind being filmed. And I saw some of the tools and got supremely excited, and she's apparently found at least double what I've actually seen photos of, so this is going to be a fun I love the treasure hunt. I love the treasure hunt. You never know. I met somebody in a car park yesterday to buy 130 odd carving tools, and in that were these two 18th, maybe 17th century carving gouges, which match a third one that I've already got in my collection. It just makes me hum. Okay, so here's my neck. We're good to go. I'm going to go with the leveling beam and see what happens. Do you know what? Okay. Where are we? Pole. Should I replace the nut? I've got a bone nut I could use, which I think is the only option other than brass. So yeah, let me know. Should I replace the nut? Pole. It's not even a question, really. It's currently at 95%. 94%. I need to... Okay, I need to do another pole. While that pole is going, I'm going to hit it with a leveling beam and we'll see what happens. I'm being very gentle. Look, my neck is loose on the workbench. I'm just holding it just with the tip of my finger. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on. I'm not pushing down a lot. The weight of the leveling beam is doing its job. Now at this stage I'm also listening to what is going on. When you're working with an unknown guitar, you might end up with a fret that isn't actually properly seated. It's not glued in, and these certainly weren't glued in, but the slot might be a little bit loose, and a particular fret, as you're going over it, might be pushing down with the leveling beam and then just popping straight back up after you've gone through, and that would then give you the rock that we've seen earlier. But when you go over with the leveling beam, you should be able to actually hear the difference between most of the frets that are well seated and the one that is loose. And it's sort of a whispering kind of a noise, in much the same way that you can hear an internal crack inside a guitar, or you can hear a hollow guitar that has... Hold on. So this is a really, really old instrument that we got 90% of the way to completion, and then an apprentice managed to drop superglue all over it, and then in fixing the superglue managed to destroy it. But you can hear the differences, can't you? So here, there's a solid chunk of wood underneath the bridge, and there it's hollow. See? Same thing with the frets. And yes, at some point, I'm probably going to turn this into a copper top for myself. I've always loved that model, although I now need to change the headstock shape because it's so ugly. Okay. Okay. I'm very excited about hand tools. Buck Rogers says, honestly, I just went to the music store and even higher end guitars are not set up at all and play like shite, and they ain't cheap. So that's the thing. I'm going to end this poll now. It's at 95%. Yes, replace the nut. So we're going to do that now. And essentially, I actually just need to go and find a new guitar at a guitar shop that's never been, bought, obviously, because it's new. And I need to take those and I need to do full reviews on how they are out of the factory. That would be interesting. I also want to do vintage ones, but not knowing whether this had been leveled at some point or something like that. It would be interesting to know what the companies are doing these days. And once it's fixed, if enough people buy raffle tickets, then I can keep on doing it. So I'm doing it evenly over the whole fretboard. And I've got old 320 grit paper in here. It doesn't feel like the frets are as soft as some I have seen. It is cutting, but it's, yeah, super cheap frets feel differently. So you can see here where's my paintbrush gone? Mr. Luthier keeps on putting his tools away. Can't believe it. So that's a low spot, and that's a low spot, where around it everything else is working. So when you put the premium quality fret rocker on, it's rocking into that hole. It's very difficult to do. And that's what we want to get rid of. On we go. Okay, 1971 Silver Surfer says, could the rise and fall of those frets be as a result of humidity, given the frets are not bonded into the fret slots? There is a possibility. Some weird birds going on outside at the moment. There is a possibility, yes, but in reality, they do feel strong enough. I have no idea what that bird is. Anyway. In reality, they feel quite solid, so I think they've just been put in here from birth, as it were. Now, for example, the PRS factory, they don't do very much crowning because they don't need to, because the frets are going into the slots at such an even pressure that they all go in, and they are dead nuts spot on level with the fretboard. I don't use a press. I don't feel comfortable doing it. I use a fretting hammer, one of my favorite tools that I've designed. I just love it. But even so, I can generally, if you start with a perfectly flat fretboard and your slots are the correct width, I can generally get it to a point where most of the frets actually don't need crowning, really. One or two maybe a little high or potentially a little low, but because I put the pressure in, I'm not removing much material. When we look at this in a second, you'll see that on some of the frets I will have had to remove a relatively substantial amount of material off the top, and it's going to be uneven around down the length of each fret as well, and that is due to several issues. One, the pressure of the frets going in, but more that the fretboard itself wasn't necessarily perfectly flat and straight going into the process. It's not as egregious as you might think, and that's the thing. Handmade guitars by some of the acknowledged masters were done in a very sort of rough and ready way. And when guitars were initially made, it wasn't a case of the level of precision and detail that we are currently used to. They weren't going for a super low action. Somebody hand me my shotgun. I don't have a... I have a shotgun. I don't have a working shotgun. I've got an old vintage thing that came to the tool shop that's been de-pinned and all that. Nor would I actually shoot an animal because I don't do that sort of thing. Very loud though. Hey, sweet tea. Off to work. Have a good day. It's weird that I'm getting used to other people's schedules around the world. It's a strange thing. So yeah, the level of precision, the level of setup that was expected from a high-end guitar 50 years ago is not what is expected from even a medium quality guitar today. So the goalpost has changed, and I think that it's very important that we state that. We have CNCs, we have precision, we have a world in which anybody can Google something and find out pretty much anything they want to. You guys can't hear the birds, hold on. How's that? Okay, roof mic off. Okay. Excuse me. We're nearly there. Yeah. There's quite a lot of material. Mrs. Crowe is in the building.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay.
Let me put on the big mic. We've just been... Can you make the birds go away?
The birds? I think it's just one. Very noisy bird.
There's actually been a strange one that I've never heard before. It was making some really weird noises.
Ah.
Or maybe it's the neighbours messing with us because they know we're streaming. I don't know. How's it going?
Okay, I've just come to see if you want anything.
I really wouldn't mind some more caffeination if that's
Are you having lunch? Have you had lunch? Have you got
I haven't
plans for
eaten.
lunch?
No plans. Pippin.
Let's see what I can do.
Hey, Pippin. What you doing? Say hi. Say bye. Fine. There you go. You got like a flashing glimpse. So Tanya is like Snow White. I looked up and a cat walked in the door, then Tanya came in. Oh, there he is. No, where is he? There he is. Say hi. Psst, psst, psst. Psst, psst. Hey, Tiger. How you doing? Screw you. He's my favorite. Okay, so there's some frets that are still substantially low. The neck hasn't moved. I've still got a low spot here. So here, we're fine. There, we're fine. But there's a low spot there. And that is still feeling high. So I'm going to take the end of the Fred rocker and just see if I can see any movement. Oh, I can. Okay, this absolutely sucks. But it's a perfect example of what I've just been saying. Let's have a look. Which one was it? Hold on. That'll be perfect. Okay, here we go. I wanted a tool that wasn't going to damage the fret in any way. I've got here a beautiful burnishing tool that a fan made me actually for sharpening scrapers and things. It's got a nice flat end. I'm going to put a block. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to put a block underneath so that's supported. And that is a fret that is moving ever so slightly. There's some bounce in that fret. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see it. But what it's doing is every time I pass over it, it's pushing itself down, and then after I relieve the pressure of the leveling beam, it is popping back up again. I'm still going to have a high spot. So it looks like it's been leveled. I've taken off all of the material and all of the permanent marker, etc., but it's still got a rock. And that is why a fret rocker is an essential tool, in my opinion, if you want to have the precision that we're doing. Sweet Tea Guitars has come in with a super chat. Thank you, Sweet Tea, and says, how much is too much on material removal? If you end up with a fret that you can't actually crown to the point that you can't intonate it, then that's too much. But in the end, we don't have a choice. We want to have a playable instrument, and that's it. Okay. Sadly, I am left with no choice. Rebel cat. I'm left with no choice but to wick some super glue under all of these frets, which is gonna then mean that I need to clean up a bunch of super glue, which absolutely sucks. I've got super glue bottles absolutely all over the show. Printing with to see whether we want to stock it or not. And I'm going in with a little wicking tip. And we'll see how much control I have. Now, just because I can, I'm going to do every single fret. And this is the problem. If you are setting up guitars and doing this, this is being paid for by the fact that you guys are sending super chats. There's going to be a little bit of advert revenue, and the guitar is going to raffle off. How many? Some of you have bought raffle tickets so far. So 59 people have bought tickets. It's gonna. That's about £100 after fees or so. I'm fine spending as long as it takes to get this guitar done, and thank you very much for you guys buying raffle tickets and all this. I'm fine doing this, but if somebody brought you I've seen these selling for about £700 or £800 guitar, and you said, well look, it's gonna take minimum half a day, maybe more. I'm probably going to spend, I'm not sure if I'm going to finish this today. It might be a 2-day job of my time. Technically, I should be charging a hell of a lot for this job, given, well, what people tell me. Oh no, thank you, Peter. Ben, the label is sticking out on the neck of your t-shirt in all caps. There we go. So what I'm trying to say is I can justify this because I've got not only the price of the guitar and the fact that somebody's going to buy it, somebody's going to win it, and add revenue and video stuff, and it's also actually hopefully going to sell some tools. Doing this commercially for cheap guitars is difficult, and that's why they are built with these problems inbuilt, because the companies who are making them can't afford to have somebody level them. It's a difficult one. Patrick Nesbo, hey Patrick, how you doing? Says, how do you deal with brain demons when building? Example, my problem at the moment is that I think that the shape of my guitar is wrong, even though I know that it isn't. I just keep thinking about it. I've gotten used to telling myself to just piss right off. But if it's something that's absolutely nagging, you have to deal with it. If you really aren't happy with the shape, you have to do something. Even if that something is, like, here we go. So I find writing a to-do list is a really bad thing for me, because the second I've put it on a list to do, my brain says, haha, that task has been done. It hasn't. I've just prepared to do the task. But my brain is like, no, you're finished, you're done, you're sorted. That tax return is done. No, don't worry about it until the deadline. Now, even if you draw what you think would be an improvement to that shape, maybe if your brain works like mine, you'll think, oh, actually, I'll fix that. Or you'll discover that you were wrong and it didn't need to be changed. So act on it in some way, and we'll go from there. Buck Rogers says, I don't donate in super chats, I buy your tools. I really appreciate that. And this is the thing. When I initially started live streams, I didn't even know that super chats were, I didn't know what super chats were, and I didn't know that they were enabled on the main channel. And I did the first live stream, and within, you know, a minute or so, I had somebody send a tenner through or something, and it blew my mind, the generosity and just, well, I don't know. It blew my mind. So yeah, the super chats are a way that I help pay for this whole behemoth, and it helps justify me spending more time on this, but also buying the tools is exactly the same way. And on that note, I've made some serious changes at headquarters. We've now got a workshop manager who's incredible. I mean, he's a more talented instrument builder than I am, by far. Yeah. Anyway, I got distracted by a comment there and I've completely forgotten what I was saying. Stu J says, a few more days in hospital for me. Chest tube is staying put for a few days and hopefully out by Thursday. Free Wi-Fi though. God bless the NHS. Stu, I've got like 1,000 videos that you need to watch. Click on whatever takes your fancy. In the meantime, we will keep you company. And yes, the NHS it has its foibles, but bloody hellfire, it's incredible. So that's a major and yeah, no actual cost to you on the day, which I will never consider leaving this country just because of that. Well, that's one of the reasons. Anyway, here we go. Look, I'm doing too much talking, so I don't want the super glue to wick over the edge of the fretboard. So I'm just gently going in on either side. Like so. And there's Pippin and Mrs. Bunn. How are you? Okay. Oh my gosh, lunch as well. Is it actually lunchtime? Crikey. Hold on, let me do that.
Do a planet, or is it on a different camera?
Different camera now, I moved it to that one. There we go.
It's like
Boo!
food spaceship.
Thank you very much.
Alright, see you later.
Actually, that would be great, Tanya, if you could get fishing wire and stuff, and just every now and then, just have some random something float through the screen.
Oh, yeah, little delivery drone, or yes.
I think, yeah, just. So Talitha and Bear every now and then edit. On Halloween, they edited, which freaked me out, a scary face out the window because I was working at night when I was filming, and just a single frame of some scary face. And every now and then they do that, but you could actually do it physically. And people are like, what the hell was that? Did that?
Shoot across.
I sent Bear a bunch of footage to edit of the workshop build, the workshop extension. And it's like, thank you for that. I really appreciated all of the Canon fire as well, because I'd forgotten there was footage of the Canons from the medieval thing we went to. I need to bear in mind.
More selective, yeah. Don't send them anything.
Well,
Suspicious.
there's nothing suspicious. I don't have time for suspicious. Thank you very much. He says, chewing a very loud crisp into the microphone. Okay. I will get to that once I've got super glue thoroughly in place. Hold on. AFI says YouTube is a great way to get through being in the hospital. Here's my super glue. Ooh, Git Lee says, what about a little wax on each side of the fret to help with cleanup before wicking the super glue? Do you know what? Yes, this is something that I've never actually tried. Yeah, beeswax? It must be beeswax. And it was something that was suggested to me by, I think, Rab the other day, actually. And I swore I would try it. So I'm just creating a nice hard edge on this candle. And it is a candle, there's a wick in there. So now I'm going to have to obviously clean this wax off before I get to the finish. I do wonder how this is going to affect the super glue getting underneath. Yeah, well, there's nothing for it. Let's have a go. Can I see movement? A little bit. And if you actually do that a little bit, the suction action of pushing the fret and the fretboard together should make it pull the super glue in even more. Little accelerator. Okay. Weird. Sweet Tea has come back in with another super chat and said to help pay for your time and to assure there are live streams, that the live streams continue, it was spike on the wax, don't do it. Well, there we go. So I'm experimenting. I do think that it's stopping the super glue from going underneath where I want it to be. So at least in this, with this method, it's not working, albeit it is something that could work well. Another option is maybe a vinyl masking tape, but in the end, we're adding a lot of effort to proceedings. Where is that carving tool? Okay, so I've got a double bevel. Oh, camera 3 is not the right camera. Yeah, it looks like an absolute mess. No, not that. There's a specific tool I'm looking for and I can't find her. Oh well. Sheesh. All right, sorry everybody. Easily distracted. It's, yeah. I have my demons. Okay, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous handmade scraper in a little handle. I've got a wonderful collection of them of different shapes, and it's got a little hook in there, and I'm going to use this to scrape away the excess. Let's have a... This is the tool porn channel, it really is. So that's a collection there of various different scrapers and various different tools. A few carving tools. I have a weakness. I also have a very untidy workshop at the moment. I'm still, well, it's imminent. Moving into the extension is imminent. Okay, so I'm going to use this scraper to scrape the excess away. It's not, yeah, it's not ideal. So, okay, that fret does now appear to be in and solid, but that did not work very well. It was covering, the wax was actually inhibiting the super glue from going where I wanted it to go. So yeah, we're not going to do that. And just a flat chisel is actually the best thing to get rid of that. Okay. Starting at that fret again, I'm going to apply a bunch of super glue. Then I'm going to answer a load of questions while I imbibe my lunch. And it does feel like this is going to be a 2-day repair potentially, but we shall see. I hate using super glue on fretboards. Come on then, let's just do the whole length of the fretboard on one side. It probably wasn't necessary to do all of these, but I do want to end up with a guitar that somebody's going to love and adore and enjoy forever. There we go. Let's not put the wicking super glue right next to my laptop. nice tool. Okay. Cool. Okay, I've turned my lapel mic off so that I can eat my lunch very quickly, because we all know I'm diabetic, and when my blood sugar goes, I do stupid things like, I don't know, take apart random guitars. So yeah, I'm going to sit down and eat that while I answer a bunch of questions from you guys. She couldn't have given me louder food. It's hilarious. Stephen of 9, great name, says it's a shock when you go to Ireland and realise they have to pay for healthcare. Brian Thomas, Black Dog Vintage Racing, another cool name, says, is the raffle available for the USA? It is international, 100%. I will even pay shipping to get the instrument to anywhere in the world. That's included in the raffle, and which means I may well make a loss on this one, but hey. The only thing that I won't be paying for is any tax if it lands, and seeing as this is an inexpensive guitar, that shouldn't really be an issue. I'm not sure how it works on raffles around the world, but yes, this is an international raffle, and anybody around the world could potentially win it, and we'll make sure you get it. Airfire says, ooh, an edge sandwich. Absolutely. I'm wondering about what I used to chop it up. Oh, it's even better. I've got the two ends of... yeah. I don't think my wife likes me anymore. Yeah. Fukami says, question, aside from the activation, if ever you would happen upon a Chinese rip-off of a Crimson build, would you feel honoured by the copy or not? I have. I've not come across an actual build. I have seen a Chinese website where they've taken a photo off my website and said, we'll build this guitar for you. Whether anybody actually ordered it or not. Yes, I was somewhat honoured and a little bit peeved, but also I'm a realist and there's absolutely nothing that anybody can do. There is a company selling inexpensive guitars under a Crimson brand made in China in Southern America, and those are well, they are what they are. Sadly. Camera 2. But yeah, what can you do? So this is already curing quite nicely. It's not going to be too much of a mess to clean up. Or your wife is just trolling chat for fun. That may well be the case. This, I do actually need to chop this in half. Hold on. Paul Needs asks if I've tried the vapor rub and foot sole trick. I have not yet. Leatherman people, I love this thing. Okay, that'll be a little bit easier to. A little bit easier to eat. Dave T says, Ben, at what point does a tool become vintage? If it was if it was born before me. I'm sticking with that. Bartissimo asks how I came up with the name for Crimson. I was brainstorming while watching Kerrang TV or MTV or something like that. Had about 150 names on pieces of paper, and the band King Crimson came on, and it was mind blown. Crimson, it's a colour, it leads itself to the branding, it's a very strong, it's a passionate colour, and that was it from then. And 3 weeks later, maybe 4 weeks, a few weeks later, I met Robert Fripp of King Crimson, and yeah, ended up building a signature guitar. And at our first meeting, he said, "Nobody will ever believe that it happened this way round." But there we go. The man's cool. Okay, so we're curing. I can't find my scalpel knife. Scalpel blade. Back to the Leatherman. So the way this works is running the chisel flat on the board means that anything that isn't flat on the board will get cut away. Running alongside the fret there. And that is actually that's left me with a very clean fretboard even after using super glue. And that's a much cleaner effort than using a scraper and scraping like that, at least initially. Scrapers like a relatively flat surface to start with, where they just accentuate bumps and things. Alright, there we go. Nice. Okay. Casey McDermott from Theatre Guitar says, Ben, finally got to removing fretboard number 1 from my GGBO build. It was painful at first, but I actually got a chance to fix a couple of things. Now it's in better shape than it would have been otherwise, which is how I feel about this guitar at this point. Yeah, congrats. And it's an unfortunate thing that it needed to be done, but if it's treated as a learning experience and you manage to fix even more things than you, it's a win. It's a double win. Congrats. Lisa Harshberger says, if you could make a signature instrument for anybody living or dead, who would that be and what instrument? I'm on a bit of a Hendrix binge at the moment. For many years I sort of didn't pay attention. I didn't really listen just because everybody said he was amazing. In fact, I was having a fight with a guitarist in a band I was in, and I told her that, and I quote, Jimi Hendrix is not God. And she didn't speak to me for about 3 weeks. I was wrong. He is. So, yeah, Jimmy, 100%. And if he, well, I would build him whatever the hell he wanted, basically. Probably something that had a cocaine dispenser or something. But anyway. What a day. Which camera was out of focus? Shadow Ultra Limited says, hey, they just joined. What is it you're scraping off the fretboard? Glue? Are you taking the frets off? So I've leveled the frets, started leveling the frets, and some of them were bouncing up and down because they weren't actually properly seated because it's an inexpensive guitar, or was a relatively inexpensive guitar. So I've had to wick some thin super glue underneath. I'm actually currently eating my lunch while paring away the remnants of that super glue. So yeah, here we go. Hold on, I forgot to put something in my mouth. Ah. That was the worst bit, actually. And once you've got the super glue sorted, you can scrape away any remnants, and then just hit it with a fret rubber later, and we'll end up with something nice and consistent looking. Ah, I see. So the autofocus in the camera is focusing on my hand, not the board, when I've got my hand in the way. That's camera 2. Okay, I got it. Yeah, my bad. Whew. The thing is, people discount Jimmy as not being that special, but don't realise that what he did first now is common, because 3 generations have learned from him, and that is it. I was listening to the Blues album, and yeah, he's just incredible. Anyway. Robert R says, I saw a documentary on Eric Clapton and he mentioned that he had bought a special white guitar for Jimi Hendrix, but he died before Clapton could give it to him. That's typical. Apparently Brian May beat Jimi Hendrix out for the best rock guitarist of all time. I suppose it depends on who's voting, I suppose. Anyway, I'm just going to carry on doing this while I finish this other brick of a sandwich, and we'll get this done. Yeah. This chisel is not quite as sharp as I would have liked to do this job, but I'm not going to stop and sharpen it at this point. That's coming off really well. The wax wasn't required. Just leftover oil and finger gunk is doing the job nicely. Last one. The wider the chisel is, the more stable it is on the fretboard. So you don't want to gouge in on the side. So just be careful at this point. This is, however, by far the fastest and most accurate way of removing excess superglue from a fretboard that I have found so far, at least. hold on.
Let me know in the chat what's your favourite way of doing this particular task. And have I changed your mind? Okay. Scrapers. They're over here, aren't they? A little rectangular scraper. And essentially, you can go in, if it's sharp, and scrape everything down, if that's required. Now the problem is that leaves stops and starts scratches, and
it leaves a fretboard that doesn't look very nice. An alternative, so even here, where you've still got evidence of the super glue, nope, I take it back, I do need to scrape a little bit away. That wasn't just evidence, it was actual super glue. So that's been scraped away, and then now, this is a fine thread rubber. I could go back to medium, in fact probably should go back to medium. But that there polishes up the fretboard and gives a really good finish. Across the board. Ha, literally, I'm going across the board. And I'm also seeing excess super glue that's still in place. Ooh, that works nicely. Now, if you needed to use a scraper in this process, a fret rubber will get rid of those marks as well. And yes, it's an abrasive, it's a very, very, very slight abrasive. And it's going across the grain, not with the grain, which is a little bit annoying, but it's also essentially invisible. When you get from the fine to the super fine and everything's oiled, etc., you really won't see any evidence. All right. I've got a bit of work to do on there. Let's have a look. Questions. I've not done the frets. The modern Jimi Hendrix is Guthrie Govan, a whole new level of playing guitar. His skills are absolutely out of this world. I do agree with you there. Jimmy was an innovator. That's Gody the roadie. Paul Cook says, my favorite tool, a credit card to pay for a competent luthier. You'll get there. What is the fretboard radius of that guitar? That's a very good point. I haven't yet checked. Twelve inches.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through, scrape off the sides of the frets, get rid of all of the super glue that's remaining, just in the interests of completion, and then we're going to move on or at least move back, to actually leveling and crowning these frets. This is often the biggest job that you need to do. And it's almost always a job that needs to be done when you're buying a second-hand guitar.
All right, so there's somebody at the door. Ah, it was answered. Okay. I wonder if I've got a new guitar. No. Sad. I'm expecting a new guitar for this thing to come through at some point. But, yeah, it's late. Now, what do we have questions-wise? Yes, I've definitely got a lot more to do on the frets. Definitely rent a big pad sander if you're sanding a floor down. Right, fantastic. I'm fairly sure I've got most of the super glue off. I'm just going to hit it with a quick scrape in the corners. This is a very sharp little scraper. I sharpened it quite recently, and I get a much cleaner. I get a much cleaner result with a properly sharpened actual scraper than I would with a razor, which actually is, yeah, not very sharp. Can you believe it? Side benefit here is that we're also cleaning any excess gunk left on the fretboard. It's the sad thing about repairing or restoring or setting up old guitars, it's that they're often really dirty. Okay, so that's a low spot in the fretboard there. Let's take this tape off. The tape was there for a finish repair where I needed to hold the scraper just a little bit above the level of the board. But that's not required at this point. Although it does make it easier to hold. Marcus Dresden says, Ben, how do luthiers do pedicure? First wet sanding and then going up with the grits, oiling at the end? Is it wrong that I've considered doing exactly that? In all seriousness, I have found in the past that tools sold as nail care can be incredible for fretwork, and or even reconditioning the fretboard and cleaning the fretboard up. In much the same way that I'm using fret rubbers today, you could use a particularly fine nail buffing pad, or whatever the hell they call them, to achieve the same result.
This COVID cough has really got me. Oh gosh.
Okay, so at this stage, I'm going to just quickly start with a medium fret rubber and go over all the frets. Just because this bracelet is making too much noise. There we go. Now I'm mainly doing this at this point because I'm going to have to mask the fretboard off later. No, hold on. I'm going to stop at the medium because I need to level and crown. And while I'm polishing the sides of the frets with the rubber, I will do the fretboard as well. I'm also going to be using these videos as experimentation. So I'm going to be using a non-standard tool today to do some fret work. Should be interesting. Lisa Harshberger says the COVID cough lasts far longer than it should. I couldn't agree more. All right, now, for those of you who are interested, that was the medium fret rubber. And you can't see the lateral scratches in this fretboard. No matter what we do with the light, etc., you just can't see them because it's very fine. You can see some dents in the light that I haven't hit. So once we've gone through the fine and the superfine, etc., it's a perfect substrate for a musician to use to play. So there we go. Anonymous Botch is asking if I can fret level with an executioner's axe. Wow, Ian's had something like that for 2-3 years. Sheesh. Just Playing Bass says, Ben, I must thank you again for the Crimson guitar polish. Fantastic product, thank you very much. Okay. Cool. Well, let's crack on with this then. Fine. The fret ends are correct and not sticking out, which actually suggests to me that either somebody's done them after the fact, which might be the case, or the wood was properly dried prior to the build. So essentially we've just got some shoddy workmanship at this point on the frets. Fun though. Okay, I am going to go along and just push down on the frets and see if I can see any movement. I'm hoping not. And so far, that hope has been borne out to be true. So these frets weren't seated properly. and it was visible that they weren't seated properly. But at this stage, it actually looks, they look to be seated properly because the super glue has filled the small gaps, and it looks like a much better fretboard than it did beforehand. So that's good. Back to the permanent marker, because we will certainly now still have frets that are wrong. And there's the first one. Ooh, there's a little bit of super glue on the top of that fret. Ooh. Of course, on the last one I touched the damn fretboard. Silly man. Come on. There we go. Okay. Tidy up the workbench as you go. Thread lozenge. Sorry. All right. We've remarked the frets with a permanent marker, and it is time to hit them again with our leveling beam and see if we can actually get this flat or not. Two steps back, one step forward. We should be okay though. Now I could do this faster with a leveling file, which is coarser. I could do it faster with a coarse piece of paper on the leveling beam, but I do like saving time in the final polishing. And also, I don't know, I feel like working up to a leveled fret slowly is a little bit more precise than beasting to it, I suppose. Having said all of that, this one here, that one there, that one, that whole area there, I'm hardly touching it, if I'm touching it at all. I'm having to take off a lot of material in order to get these frets level. A lot of material. Onto the leveling file. This is the tool on which I built Crimson Guitars. I was bankrupt. I was in 2008 absolutely screwed. That financial crisis could have destroyed this company. And I started making these and tools in general, and here we are. So yeah, if any of you have bought these or any of our tools, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'd forgotten how much I enjoy using this tool. I've been using beams for a while now, almost exclusively. Now, one of the reasons why I prefer leveling files is that there is absolutely no give in the file. It's flat, it's perfect, and it is hard. Having a piece of paper on a flat, perfectly flat, hard surface brings in a tiny amount of give, especially if you've had to use the masking tape and super glue trick to glue it on, because that's 2 layers of masking tape and a piece of sandpaper, which is actually the case in this. So I've used masking tape and super glue on this one, and there's a little bit of give, a little bit of bounce, not enough to cause any real issue, but enough to just scratch the top of a fret when you haven't actually leveled it, if you know what I mean. So yeah, no give. And then here, focus. So you can see there where I've just touched the top of the fret with the paper, but I haven't come near it yet with the leveling file. So there's a little bit more work to do on here. Fun stuff, eh? Come on, let's get a pretty shot while we're about it. It's the only issue with this, with the live streams, in my opinion. I'm getting fewer of the artistic shots than I used to. And you can see that I'm not pushing down on the neck. I'm just pushing forward and putting a little bit of pressure with my hand. Now the other thing is that I'm working on a radiused surface, so my leveling file, and the beam for that matter, is only taking a relatively small pass at one point. So you need to make relatively small movements across in order to get the whole fret. And we're nearly there. Nearly. But nearly is not close enough. I have never taken off more material I think this is the worst fret job I've ever seen. But at this point, I can see fret leveling file marks across the whole fretboard on every fret. So it should, and it's still only a should, be nice and flat now. I'm trusting nothing. I'm going to have to check everything again to see what happens. There's a tiny rock here. Tiny. Okay, that is a battery that's just been charged. So we've got something going on here. I can't see any movement. Okay, so even with all of that, we've still got a couple of spots where it's weird. Well, I'm going to distract myself with you guys. Bulgarian is taunting me. His coffee's just dinged. Oh no, that wasn't my coffee. That was unless you're talking about these. It's charged batteries. NTO Steve says another fretless build. Sand long enough and it turns into a fretless guitar with metal inlaid fret markers. I have never seen anybody do that, but I think that's actually a really cool, that could be quite a cool look. Literally just machine away the top of the frets and leave the tangs in the fretboard. I'd quite like to do that one day. I do. So there's an optical illusion potentially saying that the frets at the top here are dropping quite a bit lower than so we are currently at 9/10. You've got good eyes. 1/10 of a millimeter difference. Very cool. You're not touching the first fret very often. How could it still be level? Wouldn't taking the nut out be better before leveling? Yes, technically. Now the way I'm going is I am actually touching the first fret every single time, every single pass I make. I'm making absolutely certain to touch every fret. I suppose I'm taking a little bit more off in the middle because not quite as much of the file is touching the first fret. So I'm just taking a pass rather than the entire pass of the file. So technically, yes, but we're talking about microns. And yeah, well spotted. Well, yeah, it's a valid issue. Although the current problem is not that, it's these. So yeah, just out of interest, I'm going to permanent marker them, and I'm going to hit it with a leveling beam and see what happens. Now I am constantly and consistently improving and getting better at what I do through teaching. I think at some point I would have reached my method and just stuck with it. It's just like you'll see you know, some old guy who was most comfortable in I don't know, in the 80s, and for the rest of his life he's going to wear the same sort of clothes that he was wearing in the 80s because that's when he was most comfortable and felt most himself. And I don't know why I said old guy, old person, and themselves. And it's the same with this sort of thing. Some people reach their preferred method and then they never look beyond that. And I think it's important to consider different methods for everything. Okay. I'm going to change beams to a slightly coarser beam, but one where I used adhesive-backed sandpaper instead of the masking tape and super glue trick, and this should hit it. I'm also going to listen to the person that told me to remove the nut, because we're going to remove the nut in a bit anyway, so why not? There's no lacquer over the end of the nut, so this should be fairly straightforward. And I was at an angle, just hitting the edge of it, and it just popped out. So there we go. Plastic, hollow plastic nut, less than ideal. This feels good. I'm trying to put even less pressure on this now. So we still have a few low spots and a hint of a low spot there. What do I want to do? There she is. All right, so just a clamping coil. It's angled so it fits the neck. I think this neck is moving in weird ways, potentially. I don't know. I don't know. It's a leveling job, and it just feels a bit strange. But at this point, I'm supporting the entire neck, and probably should have been doing this from the beginning. Okay. If we haven't got it, we are damn close. That was the worst area, that's all good. Fantastic. Phew. Okay. That was not a typical fret level. Remind me, guys, you like nagging me about ground wires? Remind me to use this in the future when I'm doing this sort of task. I would appreciate that. Leonardo Avolo says, wouldn't an entire refret be less troublesome? Potentially, but also, well, no. A refret is always the last resort, in my opinion. But this is about learning, and there's always, no matter how much fretwork you do, there's always going to be something interesting that happens, or often. And it's all about learning. Okay. Tony Murphy says, I wouldn't go refret unless I really had to, and the frets still are very relatively tall. They absolutely are. Garage Master Guitar says, the oddities of fret leveling, so it's not just me then. Absolutely not. Marcus Dresden Guitar says, sorry Ben, that whole even leveling topic was somehow triggered by my thoughts or comments, and now you've had to do more work. Don't be mad at me. Honestly, before you said that, Sweet Tea came in with the comment and said, how much is too much on material removal? That was at 12:45. I blame all of this on him, because we came pretty close to removing too much. Yeah. You're safe. It's all good. Now, ooh. That's a nice tool I forgot I had. This is it's a double-sided tool. You see how it's sort of polished there? I think for bending over paper or something like that. A folder or something. I'm not sure. It's pretty. It shouldn't be in this drawer. This drawer is for stuff I want to use. And also for tools I don't want to use. For a long time, for the longest time, I have said that concave fret crowning files are not good tools to use. And I stand by that, specifically for beginners. But in general, I just don't get on with them. Now, there are several reasons. You need to have multiple tools. It's dogs barking. You need to have tools that are correct for the size frets that you're working with. So if you're a repair person, for example, you're going to need to buy 2 or 3 of these. This one's got jumbo and medium jumbo, I suppose. And they're not inexpensive tools. And but the issue is, in my opinion, that specifically a new person is likely to either damage the fretboard if you judge the size wrong and the outside edges are digging into the fretboard rather than finding the top, or because you're not able to see the top of the fret as you work, you run the risk of going too far and having to re-level the whole fretboard. Now, that being said, I haven't actually tried one in a long time. So I've got this because about four years ago, certainly pre-COVID, they were wondering in the office whether I wanted to stock them at Crimson, because a lot of people ask. And I point blank refused, but hey. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. As it stands, I'm going to do something I'm not comfortable with and try this tool. Let's actually get the camera correct. Ooh. Okay, so immediately I've almost gone too far on that end. The other issue is that if you don't have exactly the right size file, you can, instead of creating a nice curved edge to your fretboard, you can dig into the corner of the fret and sort of make it into a stepped kind of thing, which is also less than ideal. I'm not liking this. So I'm not actually getting an even line. Somehow it's thinner there. You can see where I nearly went too far on that corner. It's not bad, and it's certainly is easier because it's giving me a curve already, whereas with a traditional file I make it into a flat-sided pyramid and then get the curve later in the process. It is also, this is a diamond one. I'm both really liking it and really, really, really not. What's the comment saying? My fret crowning file is probably my favorite tool, at the risk of overstimulating Ben's favorite tool gene. Gody the Roadie used one once, never again, but I'm open to trying something that is vastly improved, and no doubt one from Crimson's would have the same thought put in to make it usable. This is something that we just bought in, so this is diamond versus what we had before, what I used, which was a file. But yeah. And Sweet Tea was saying, yes, the concave file for fret end dressing, I understand that, but it's just got me thinking. All right. Tim Ziegler says they are junk. You just spent 2 hours fixing a job done with one. I'm not sure if this has ever been crowned by anything. But yes, that's a fair point. I find it important to try and keep coming back and trying things. I like this curved section because I can be more precise with where I apply the thing. It does appear to be doing it nice and central at least. Can't believe I'm doing this on camera. It's double-sided, and I just went from the medium to the super jumbo, and the super jumbo is wide enough that it touched the top of the fret, and if I had moved, I would now need to re-level. That mistake is on me, or would have been on me. Robert R's asking, what are my thoughts on an inline, 6-in-line reverse headstock? I like it. I like how it makes the neck feel. It doesn't feel... I personally like how it makes the neck feel, but to somebody who's used to a traditional fender, then it does sometimes feel a bit weird. But I think go for it. Yeah, I've got to give it a little bit more of a go than just 3 frets. I really do. It's not even comfortable to use. That mark there is where I've been holding it like that. That's not nice. Tony Murphy says, I got the StewMac crowning file and hated it. I just don't like working blind. Paul Neat says, also they're only of use for tall frets. If they're small, you just can't use it because it digs into the fretboard, etc. Yeah, basically, everybody here at least is saying that, yeah, it's a questionable tool at best. Was it StewMac who actually came up with this tool? It's the same issue. I'm just wondering about putting two triangular crowning files next to each other, but you still got the issue whereby you can't actually see what you're doing. Bulgarian Evolution, half of StewMac tools are real and half are gimmicks, so you need to think anything bought there through, especially at their pricing. Yeah, they do tend to invent a tool, then figure out a problem that tool will work. It feels like that's... I know it's a common joke about StewMac. It's the reason why I started making tools at Crimson, is because StewMac was too expensive and I bought too many things from them that didn't work. Or were just utterly superfluous and not actually required. Garage Master Guitar says, hi Ben, which oil to use for initially oiling a neck? A neck, just standard guitar finishing oil, penetrating guitar finishing oil. But if you have either the penetrating or the high build oils would work fine. Sheesh. Hold on. Masking tape. R. Sean says it looks like the neck is rocking slightly as you move. Would that cause an inconsistency? No, because I'm concentrating on a very small section of the top of the fret at this point. What the neck itself does makes no difference to things. Grieving Drum says the pricing is insane, but you get lifelong insurance with the tool. It's broken. We'll send you a new one. That is pretty neat. He says, we'll send you a new one. Are you involved with the enemy? Get off my channel. But then again, shipping and tax makes it ridiculous for me. Okay. Yeah. Not sure about that. But actually, that's a valid point. As I said in yesterday's live stream, I think, when I'm designing a tool, I would much rather design something that will last somebody forever than have them have to come back and buy a new one. So actually, Crimson should do exactly the same thing. And if, for example, it's a leveling file or something and the file falls off, then we absolutely replace them. No questions asked. Because we're not arseholes. Yeah. In order to get it to do what I want it to do, I'm actually having to put pressure to either side. It doesn't appear to want to work evenly. I'm sure there are tricks and methods and techniques, but this is supposed to be the easiest, or at least some people call it the easiest way. I have to disagree. It's also not getting a fine enough. It's not getting a fine enough intonation point for me. Not by a long shot. So I'm going all the way along the top of this fret. Wants to fall off at the end. It's taking more off at the ends than it is in the center. So I have to go in the center now just to This is also now noticeably finer than it was when I first cut with it, because the diamond, the initial diamond is coarser because it's not, well, whatever. You knock the coarse diamond grit off and you're left with something that should last quite long, but is not particularly coarse. Eric Jules says, I like finding the tool that StewMac buys and rebrands. I just buy the original tool, if possible. Dave Lewis says, Crimson is sending me a replacement notched straight edge, free of charge. That's my company. Interesting. Dave, could you let us know in the chat what happened to your last one? Because I honestly didn't think that anything could go wrong with the not straight edges, short of a manufacturing issue, which we have had some new staff recently, so maybe something got through. Marcus Dresden Guitar says, so many Luthiers here it seems. Anyone like me who just loves to watch it and learn something. I can do good setups and made a fret job once in my life, that's all. But all thanks to Crimson. Steve Butcher says, give up Ben before you have to refret. Robert R says, I might order more from Crimson if the shipping cost was not so high. I love the tools and supplies I bought from Crimson, but it's also almost doubles the cost. I have most of what I need now too. Okay, so StewMac has some very good ideas. They do. They have invented some very cool, useful tools. They have popularized others, and they've also got about half of their catalog which is just full of shit. I mean, literally poorly. Stop it. Okay, but they got scared by us and started offering essentially free shipping to anywhere around the world if you pay a $5 a month or £5 a month membership fee. And actually, I think that's a bloody good idea. So I think we're going to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, Robert, drop an email through shop@crimsonguitars.com and say, hey, Ricky, Ben said you might be doing a StewMac style membership for free shipping. Nudge, nudge. Drop me an email if it happens, or something like that. And he will then come and say, Ben, what the hell? And I'll say, yes. And we'll figure out whether it's actually financially viable. At the very least, it's something that I'd like to try. So yeah, there we go. We've been talking about it for about a month now, so why not? Daniel Marquez says, I've tried some local tools with mixed results. I'm all for paying the VAT and shipping and have a tool that I know is going to work better and live longer. Thomas Moon said, had to recently get replacement Hosco files from Crimson, only cost my postage back. What went wrong with the Hosco? Tahoe Mike watches in the hopes that Luthiers will be a Jeopardy category one of these days. Vax Headroom's a furniture maker, a hobby furniture maker, but a satellite software engineer by day, having dabbled in guitar stuff, but watching you work in space, man. That's cool. Grooving Drum says, Ben is the sole reason I learned how to build guitars. I blame him for this expensive hobby, as well as my best friend who introduced me to Ben in the first place. So sorry. StewMac is only available in some countries, and Singapore, where I live, this is Bartissimo, is not one of those countries. It costs quite a bit more for me to buy from StewMac than Crimson. Okay. We would make it worldwide, but there would be different... There would probably have to be different membership costs, I suppose, to take into account the different areas in the world. But I am actively working on a couple of different ways to reduce the shipping, and we'll see both the shipping costs and times, actually, where possible. Okay, I am going to use this tool to go part way. It's not getting close enough in, but yeah. Hold on, actually, subscriptions to anything in my ears is just profiteering. Hold on. I've lost the comment now. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Especially on things only occasionally purchased or needed. That's Bulgarian Evolution. This is one of the reasons why we've not done it, but also... You know, if you would buy, also we are doing timber now as well, which is a repeat order and also a very heavy thing. So we want to get people buying that more. So if you're going to be buying top quality timber from us on a semi-regular basis, then it becomes a different thing. Dave Lewis says, Ben, the paint job was really lumpy and it was jagged or sharp in places, no logo and wouldn't stand up on its own. I sent some pictures of it. Okay. I'm going to look forward to those pictures. That sounds like it has been picked up from the wrong pile and shipped. So you've got stuff to rework, or it hasn't passed QC. Maybe one of the new guys up in shipping came down and grabbed a tool to post and picked the wrong one. It's entirely possible. Paul Need says you could add that to channel membership at Crimson Custom Guitars. That's a good point. Thomas Moon says, hey Ricky, you're so fine, you post my files. Hey Ricky. I like it. Okay, so let's have a quick poll. Shipping membership. Would you join up? There we go. And there's about 300 of us here, so that's, yeah. I'm interested to see what happens there. This is taking this initial part, and I think, apart from all my incessant talking, speeding things up. So there is that. It's just not getting to the final quality that I would like. There we go. I like the fact that I'm not having to use a fretboard protector, because now that I know that this absolutely fits on these frets, which are still relatively high, I'm not running any risk of damaging the fretboard, so that's all good. It is wanting to take the end off here though. And it's taking off too much there. I don't understand how it's not even. I really don't. Yeah. Going in blind. Yay. Woo. Okay. Stop. That was one of the low frets. You can see how thin that is. Now that is how fine I want the intonation point to be on all my frets. But what I'm actually getting with this tool is much, much wider, because I can't get that fine without running the risk of issues. So I'm going to have to go back in with the traditional crowning file after the fact. And if I hadn't stopped there, the next pass would have taken that down. So, yeah. Yeah. This was the other fret that was particularly low. Yeah, I'm going to fix those up later. Yes, the top does look uneven on a lot of the ones that I've already done, because I'm going to be going back to tidy it up with a traditional file at this point. Is the unevenness coming from the jiggle whilst working? Maybe clamp it all down? No, it's the top of the fret. I'm using this and trying to take as much material, as an even amount of material off the top of the fret as possible, but it's not doing that. It's essentially because the fretboard wasn't uneven, because the frets have had different amounts of material taken off at different areas due to the shoddiness of the original fret job, which means this is having to take off a fatter amount of material off one section and a thinner, but it's not going down to something even. That's what my problem is. I do see a use case for it. This really is doing this initial part of the job quite well, just not to the level that I would like, really. And I can't see what I'm doing, so yeah, interesting.
Ian M says, if you can hit the $20 mark, then I have no reason to go StewMac. What do you mean, $20 a month as a membership? What you need to know is how many join and don't use, and how many buy $20 with $40 shipping fees. So that is the thing. There will be
a number of people who don't use it each month, and that sort of pays for everybody else. But so, for example, if I were to join up, not use it for 3 months, but then place an order for, oh crikey, 3 guitars worth of timber that would to ship to Singapore would probably cost a couple £100, then you're still absolutely quids in. But we've got some guaranteed income coming in every month from members that we know is coming in, so that helps us plan and buy more tools. It's an interesting one. Bob Quigley says, all that I can say is that file is almost as shite as the old handled ones with removable file heads. It certainly feels that way. And this is over £100, I think they said. And that was pre-COVID. You can't tell me I don't try new stuff, though. Ian M says, frankly, I almost ordered a bunch of stuff, but I needed truss rods. We do sell truss rods. Really. Oh, do you mean if I can get the shipping? 20 for shipping, yes. Pete C, it does feel like it's taking a bit longer using this new file, and now I'm having to go over and redo every fret. I do think that the half round crowning file is just terrible. I can see what I'm doing at this point. It was a good experiment though. Definitely worth checking out. Ha! Daniel Marquez says, I would feel weird ordering timber from abroad. I do live in Brazil. Right, so over half of you would actually sort of join the membership. That's interesting. Jamie, thank you for your comment. I'm just going to send that over to somebody at headquarters now. We should have a hell of a lot of wood on the website already. If they've not been put in the correct category, then heads need to roll. Nope, there's no residue. There's some permanent marker marks on one of them. Now, the funny thing is, I actually wouldn't necessarily join in the membership either, but unless I was ordering timber. That's, I suppose, the thing for me. If I was buying wood a lot, I would definitely do it. But it also depends on what else was in the membership. Now, shipping is potentially just one of several things that could be there. No, I can't do the overhead one. I need to get my head in shot. Now I'm doing this without using a fretboard protector, just wondering, again in the interest of experimentation, how much cleanup will be needed. I don't think very much. Gorgonian Evolution, I agree with you. Having a US-based warehouse for Crimson would be more effective than a fart in a spacesuit if you really want to send sales through the roof. We do. Dave Lewis says, Ben, will Crimson be offering a range of DIY sheds at some point in the future? Don't tempt me. Membership could include a small discount as well. It could. Speaking of Amazon, have you thought about using them to sell some of your tools and supplies like StewMac does? I have considered it. Okay, Phil Richards just clicked on Timber and it showed 47 items. Interesting. Okay, now, before I go any further, concave crowning files suck. Yeah, truly horrific. And no, I'm not going to use it on the fret ends either. So let's just take that masking tape off, because if I leave it there, it'll be stuck there forever. I'm not going to use that tool for a while, I don't think. I do think we might end up having to offer them on in the shop just for the amount of people that ask for them. But yeah, what can you do? Fret end dressing file. So you guys know the drill. We've got a flat safe edge and we've got a slightly rounded safe edge, and it's a very fine little file. A very fine little file indeed. So round the fret ends over. And I'm not going full hemispherical, etc. I just said full hemispherical. So that is a full part sphere. Is language not amusing? Are you not amused? This is with the flat side. So I'm just slightly taking the corner off each of these frets, something that absolutely wasn't done in the factory. And then going over to the rounded side, you just round it over. All right, Tom's looking at it. I think that means that there's an issue with the membership, essentially. No, with the menus. Reading something, thinking something else, and doing something else. Okay, so apparently that membership, that menu issue should just have been fixed. Hold on for a second. Okay, so we're just having somebody check through the whole website now, and Tom apologizes. We'll get there. Okay, so I'm rounding these over. Go away, fly. Buzz off. Okay, so at this point I'm doing it in a more production manner. I'm getting everything done to the same level, and then I'll go through and tidy up any inconsistencies that I see. Don't forget that this guitar could be yours. There's a link to the raffle in the description. Shipping worldwide. And yeah, I guarantee it's going to be a nice guitar by the end of it. Or a nicer guitar. Paul Needs is saying, can you imagine how much this job would cost in pounds per hour? This is why a good fret level dress crown and polish is not a cheap thing, but it is worth it. I'm having to force myself to stop short of what I did on the baritone. There goes the scraper. All right, questions. Tidy up. I'm hoping that I don't have to do this level of fretwork on the bulk of the guitars that I do in this type of video. But I also feel that like that may well be a vague hope. We shall see. Okay. This fly is getting me. One tool you can add to your arsenal is a nut bedding file, i.e. something with a safe edge that was flat and straight for cleaning a nut bed. 2 sizes, one for inlaid and one for traditional. I do think, Tony, that we have had those in stock, but it's something that's manufactured for us abroad, and there's issues with supply. But have a quick... Oh no, there we go. Nut slot and saddle gauged cleaning files. There's sets of 3 on the website at the moment for $17.95. And in stock. I need some of those here. Now the issue is that our website still needs a lot of work. But we have some serious plans in mind for it, or for them, shall we say. Okay. So essentially at the moment I'm just tidying up the curves so that we don't have any sharp tabs left over. And we should be all right. It's certainly easier without a body attached. All right, one side done. On to the other. Sorry, this is taking a little bit long. I like the idea of a Blame Ben shirt. Whoever suggested that, it just dropped off the screen as I saw it. Now these fret ends were actually relatively comfortable prior to me doing all this, so this should be a fairly significant improvement. Sorry, it's going to take a guitar that was fairly comfortable and make it significantly comfortable, I suppose is the way to say that. But I suppose fret ends is one of those things. If it's been done right, you don't even notice that they're there. It's only when they're done wrong that you realise that something ain't right. Sweet Tea Guitars just signed up as a new member and all that jazz. Welcome to all that jazz, Mr. Sweet Tea. All right, I'm flagging a little bit. I think I need to go and grab a cup of tea in a bit. But we're going to get onto the fun stuff again in a minute. So I'm assuming it's about lunchtime for Sweet Tea Guitars. Bob Quigley says, I am so questioning my life. I'm watching someone do a job I should be doing on a guitar, but would much rather watch Ben do it. Procrastination at its finest. If I didn't have a sort of a regular schedule for this, I would be so much less productive than I am. I'm sitting here thinking about just various deadlines and various videos that have to be done. There's a new small Triton router that I really want to feature and do something on, and Wednesday's video was going to be, I think, a bunch of work on the extension of this of the workshop here up to a point, and yeah, just so much and so much and so much, and this and builds and the hand tool build, which is part way through. There's so much going on, but if it wasn't for the videos, I would be well, I'd probably be working a normal job for somebody else, I think. Okay, so 240 grit paper wrapped around my finger. I'm hitting the edge of the binding, but trust me, I'm improving it. As a general rule, I state, never trust somebody that says, trust me. Anyway. I had a stepfather once who said it far too much. And guess what? He wasn't trustworthy. Yeah, I like it. Dave Lewis says, Ben, any chance of a 12-string Nebula build? Do you want to commission one? Because, yeah, I'd do that with bells on. Okay, so if you remember, I didn't use a fretboard protector when I was doing the crowning. So I'm going to have to redo a little bit of cleaning up on the fretboard that I did beforehand. But yeah, this is minimal actually. It's going. There's no actual damage, just a little, tiny little bit of dentage going on, shall we say. So I've gone from the guy who avoids using anything that could mean he needs to scrape the fretboard, to the one who scrapes the fretboard 3 times in a simple level crown and polish. Well, well, well. Airfire says, I should build a 12-string at some point for myself. One of my first 2 projects was one of the 12-string gear for music kits that I gave to my dad's bandmate. I'll do it differently, obviously. They are potentially problematic, but often very enjoyable, I must say. This is really easy, actually. Apart from the current lack of caffeine in my system, it's all good. I don't particularly like the colour of this fretboard. I think I want to do something about that. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to do the rubbering yet. Yes, I did say that. I am here we go. Fretboard protector. Dave Lewis, Ben, what sort of money would a 12-string nebula cost? Very much depends on the timber. I would probably have to charge somewhere like £6,000 or £7,000 or thereabouts, which sounds insane, but given the amount of work that went into the last one, yeah, potentially something like that. But yeah, there are deals to be done as well, and if you want, I could charge more, even. But yeah. So earlier I said I'm going to be trying a new tool, and I'm wondering how many of you thought that that was the crowning file. That wasn't the plan. Okay, now okay, yeah. Yes, I am flagging. Flagging, I tell you. Okay, 600 grit paper. Every time I do this, I try something different. Pretty much. That's it. Okay, so we've got 600 bit paper. Tony Murphy, the blood sugar is probably a little low, thinking about it. So there we go. 600 grit paper wrapped around a fret rubber. Doing the fret ends. This is rounding things over. It's making a pleasing rhythmic noise. I should have been a percussionist. Or not. Okay. So we're going for something uniform. And you'll notice that I'm going along the length of the guitar rather than with the frets, which is where the strings will go as you're bending them, etc. At this point, I come in with this tool, and I'm wondering no, it's very fine. It's not quite fine enough. Okay, so I still need to touch the top of the frets a little bit. So I've got a fresh piece of 600 grit paper. I use a slightly coarser section of leveling beam, if you'll remember the second time around, and I need to get all of those scratches out. And when I think I've done them, I need to go along each fret so that I can guarantee that there's going to be no scratchiness when you play. Yes, Brendan, it is a fiberglass pen. And surprisingly good at homogenizing the finish on a fret. Although I must say I don't particularly enjoy having loads of little bits of fiberglass floating around the place. So we're only taking microns off here. I'm cleaning up where the fretboard was scraped. I'm cleaning up any inconsistencies in the fretboard, minor inconsistencies, of course. I'm putting linear scratches in along the frets so that when you are bending, you don't end up feeling the fret wire. I'm giving myself a cramp in the wrist. Some of these things are good, some of them are not. Okay. So this is a fiberglass pen. They're used for cleaning up electrical contacts and all sorts of bits and pieces. And I have been wondering for quite some time now how it would do on a fret. And you know what? It's pretty freaking perfect. I think on stainless steel you might have some issues, and it's a little bit coarse maybe on the fretboard there. But I'm going to be hitting the fretboard in a bit with the fret rubbers. I do appear to be wearing through the pen quite rapidly though, so it might not be perfect. But as an experiment, I'm very happy. Now this is something that StewMac would rehandle and would sort of reinvent and call something proprietary, and yeah. Bear, don't put that into the main video. I don't want to come across as an arsehole. But yeah, anyway. I'm also not entirely sure if it's necessary. So this, yeah, I think there is a place for it. And yeah, you guys should experiment with it. But at the moment, it's just doing the job that a fret rubber would do, and it's wearing away quite rapidly. So I suspect that what I need to do is put a fret rubber in a pen. Tim Ziegler says, some lucky winner is going to get a $700 guitar with $800 in labor, and that makes it a $1,500 guitar. Pretty much. But you know what? It's it's all for the greater good. I think we're learning, I'm learning, and somebody's going to get a cool guitar. It's also a proof of concept for this form of video. See if you guys enjoy it, and you know, if I can. It's the old paperclip thing. Deep in my heart, what I'm hoping to do is take this guitar, double my money, buy a guitar with twice the money, double my money, and then in short order, and while doubling my money, get people, you know, a guitar that they wouldn't necessarily have shelled out the, if you want, $1,500 or whatever for. You know, a £5 raffle ticket. Link in the description. Link in the description below. Subtle, Ben. Subtle. But if I can build up to the point where I'm buying 20, 30 grand 50s tellies and things to then take apart on the show, that could be cool. Tony Murphy says, I think it's a perfect crucible for learning because not a few are learning how to improve what they have, which spreads the knowledge. I absolutely agree. Fraser P, no, a complete refret would absolutely not have been done by now because a complete refret involves all of the jobs that I've done to this point. Plus, I would have had to level the fretboard because the fretboard itself isn't quite perfect. I may well have had to replace an inlay or two at that point. I would have had to cut the fret wire. I would have had to detang the ends of the fret wire because it's a bound fretboard. The whole thing would have been a lot more work. And a bit of a waste because these frets are fine. They're okay. Now, and there's more than enough material left on them to have one or even two more fret levels. Brendan Elton says that pen, the fiberglass pen, would be ideal if you taped up the fretboard. It would also go through masking tape after a while, and I was thinking about using a fretboard protector with it, which would work absolutely fine. It's not that's the issue. It's just that it's somewhat superfluous when I've got a fret rubber that very rapidly is able to do most of the frets, and with the pen it's very specific. Now, a targeted bit of very specific polishing or dulling is actually, it has uses, and I'm going to start selling them on the Crimson site for luthiers for that. So for example, I will use that for binding, to clean binding. Once you've scraped the binding off, you've got scraper marks in the same way that you had issues with the fretboard here, and that pen would get rid of those scraper marks absolutely perfect. Oh. Yes, absolutely perfectly. I've just realized that that pen will, in exactly the same way, get rid of scraper marks on the fretboard, but I can run them along the fretboard, along the grain, thus simulating the grain. So there we go. Mrs. Crowe, how about that? Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
What's the plan?
The plan is that we all lose our minds This is going to be a two-day process, although not tomorrow. This lady's bringing these tools tomorrow. She's had to rent a whole van. And she doesn't mind being filmed as well. I'm so excited. I like guitar building. Guitar building is cool, people. Hunting through vintage tools. Oh. Yes, so I've got another hour, pretty much. I'll finish at about 5. I'm going to buff the hell out of these frets. I'm going to do something new and interesting on the fretboard. And you're in trouble with baby.
Mm-hmm. Let's play. She wants me to go play.
She wants you to go play. There we go. People are saying, hello, Mrs. Bunn. And a lot of people are enjoying this this format. Bring back Bovril crisps. Tanya, you have your orders.
Oh, okay. Start an industry? Yeah, okay.
Don't tempt us. But yes, people are saying they really enjoy this format.
Good.
And these were the single worst frets I've ever seen on a guitar. Or at least it's the worst frets I've ever had the joy of leveling before. But we're getting there. And I've tried a new tool today as well. Oh. It's a lovely plastic thing with fiberglass in the middle. Oh. Everybody okay?
Yeah, we're all okay.
No hassle?
So if you're coming up 5, I'm thinking about doing everybody else's dinner early, but you can wait till you're done then, really.
It's my fault.
It's the heat, everybody's hungry, so.
Yes, very good point.
Alright.
Okay, no worries. Oh my gosh, it's perfect. Okay, so yeah, this fiberglass pen is absolutely 100% spot on, perfect for cleaning the fretboard. A fret rubber does do it, and does do it fine, but this goes with the grain of the fretboard. It's cleaning it up physically, getting rid of gunk and rubbish and crap, and my hand's right in the way. What the hell, Ben? But essentially, I'm going with the grain. It's also not touching the side of the frets. Whoops, sorry. I moved that while you guys were watching. My bad. Dave Lewis says, Ben, not Thursday, please. The cricket starts. I suppose I could do Friday. As long, I could potentially start a little bit later on Friday, because Friday morning I have to see the students who are finishing on the end of their classes on Friday. Maybe Friday. I'll think about it. Maybe Wednesday. Yeah, let's see. So that's a very interesting. This is a very interesting way, a very quick and easy way of cleaning up a fretboard. And this is the thing, so I've had this tool in mind for cleaning and polishing for actually a really long time. I think I first saw them a couple of years ago and had the thought, oh, that could be useful. But it's only when you actually sit down with a few hundred good friends and start using it that you really find out what it's actually for. Now, it does work on metal. It does homogenize the finish. It would very nicely, very nicely dull down, for example, a shiny plastic pickup surround. This would be perfect for that. But It's cool. Jamie Crockerman, this is a fiberglass pen. It's used in electronics quite a lot. Yeah, we've got them at crimsonguitars.com. I don't know if they're live or whatever, but they will be soon. Hold on. That doo-doo-doo-doo. Rocks. Make them live. Not too expensive. Everyone knows what they should cost. Also need refills. There we go. So that's how I pretty much run Crimson, is via messages. But anyway, here we go. Fiberglass is horrible stuff. Will leave tiny fragments of broken glass everywhere, making cleaning down, etc. a nightmare. PPE is a must. That is a good point. So is it best to hoover this sort of stuff up? It's itchy rather than harmful. That's Paul Cook. Okay, so fine fret rubber. And I'm also polishing the sides of the frets with the fine fret rubber at this point. Somebody says fiberglass raises hell once in your lungs. That's Bulgarian evolution. And this is where I discover that I really want to actually turn around and take that last message back and not sell this as a tool for guitar builders. Okay. That there, my friends, is starting to look like a presentable fret job. Tom McIntyre likes the idea of putting a fret rubber in a pen format. I do think that that would be, I think that's something that would work very, very well. Okay. This might not be a good idea. Robert R says, Ben, if you buffed the frets without taping them off, would your fretboard restorative and cleaner remove the polishing compound? I think to a certain extent, yes, potentially. I don't want to try that on this guitar. It is, after all, being raffled off. So, yeah. But I do think that even if it didn't, you could then go back with the fiberglass pen or the fret rubbers and achieve the same results. So, yeah, I don't think it's absolutely 100% necessary to do that. Blonde shellac. I'm just wondering, because I don't particularly like the colour of this rosewood. Just wondering how much darker a little bit of blonde shellac would make it. And you know what? That looks a little bit more like rosewood, doesn't it? Let's wait till it's dry, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Now I'm going to polish any shellac off the tops of the frets shortly. And this isn't going to entirely seal the fretboard in any case. We're going to be flooding it with oil as well. Yeah, I got some fiberglass stuck in my finger. That's most annoying. Do 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 do. Nope, that's going to be in there for a while. Okay. I need to get my hands on some of that Monty Espresso Relic Wax. I had an opportunity at the Birmingham Guitar Show and I flubbed it. I was just a little bit too busy. We had a chat and I was going to come back and that was it. So I am going to have to use the fine or a super fine fret rubber to just, once this shellac is cured, flatten it down a little bit. Whoops, off you go. Garage Master Guitars, it's shellac. I just wanted to darken the fretboard down a little bit. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, I will do that. Now I do have some even darker shellac here. But at this point, I'm. Yeah, no. Let's not do that. Okay. Now, interestingly, with the shellac on here, I run an even better chance of polishing the frets without masking them off and getting a really good, really nice result. The issue, though, is that I've got this cream binding that I just don't want to take any risks with. So, yeah, I'm going to absolutely mask this fretboard off. I do think that in the interests of time I probably shouldn't have put this shellac on, but hey, it certainly does look good. All right, if you have any questions, queries, or comments, please, well, ask away. We have time. So yeah, by end of play today, these frets are going to be absolutely polished, and the neck will be ready for finishing. And in the next episode, which will be later in the week, streamed live, I will be putting the guitar back together again after I take the hardware apart, take the pickups out, have a look at what's actually happening in there. We might need to do some rewiring. I think we need to replace the pots, actually. I will replace the pots. I think the switches should be okay. I'm replacing the nut, and yeah, it's going to be a much better guitar in the end. Jamie, yes, no, I saw that. Thank you very much for the heads up. Tom went in and they've fixed the issue. Apparently the URL in the menu was pointing to the wrong area. Somebody had created a duplicate timber thing, and it was confusing. So thank you very, very much for pointing that out. We now do have somebody going through the whole website to look for any other similar such errors. Tell you, fret rubbers are incredible. Sorry, I shouldn't have moved that. In fact, I'm going to rename them fret and fretboard polishing rubbers. Yes, Dave, I need to make sure I have the correct pot sizes in my drawer. I do. Mini humbuckers, so they're 500Ks. I've got loads of those. I also picked up a bunch of 250K pots the other day. Stephen Hatch says, when building a guitar with an angled headstock, Gibson style, is it better to put the angle on the neck heel, angled neck, on the neck heel or in the pocket? Pros and cons of either. They're both pretty much of a muchness. I find it easier to put it in the body to start with, and then if I need to adjust things, I'll adjust it on the neck. But that's, yeah, pretty much how we do it. Higgins fountain pen, India, or lamp black, mixed with shellac. Sometimes the shellac is lacking. Ooh. Yeah, that could be fun. I seriously actually considered just using a crimson stain, which I should have done because, hey, that would be advertising a product we already sell, and who really cares about the whole commercial side of things anyway? Okay. I do. It pays the bills, but still. Okay, so I'm going to come back later and oil that up and go from there. But for now, let's mask up and buff, shall we? Okay, now I have an issue in that I've lost my scalpel blade. Yeah. Litherman to the rescue again. These are going to be supremely shiny frets. So from this point, I need to start folding the masking tape in because it is wider than the available fret slots. It's a fairly straightforward process. It's just pick it up and ease it into the corners. This is a massive time-saving tip. Okay, so that there is somewhat annoying because I've actually lifted it off. Oh, fail. Okay. You can actually just use a pair of scissors to cut away the excess if you need to. But at some point it's just easier to actually bisect the masking tape. I think that puppy's telling me off and talking to myself. She's saying, get a grip, man. Okay. So from here, just take some masking tape, take a length of it, and with a knife, being careful not to cut yourself, split it as evenly down the center as you can. Pippin, hush your mouth. Why? Quiet. Who are you shouting at? Whoops, dropped the knife. Don't do that at home, kids. Well, let's see. Daniel Coyle says, my grandfather used to say that talking to yourself is the only guarantee of intelligent conversation. I sort of feel the same way. It's the only guarantee of intelligent conversation. Okay, now the other option is to use your thumbnail to curve the the masking tape up right into the corner, and then using your knife, or preferably a scalpel blade if you have access to one. I've lost mine somewhere. You cut at an angle underneath the fretboard, underneath the fret, and you'd be sorted. So let's show you that from this angle. And there you go. Multiple ways of doing every single task. Make sure you do it at that angle, otherwise you're likely to leave a mark on the fretboard where people will actually see it. That would be sad. Okay. 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 I'm just going to mask the side off because I really want to make the fret ends as buffed as possible, and I don't want to touch the cream binding very much, if at all. And I am going to be using a buffing machine to do this. Bench mounted machine with a loose leaf polishing mop on it. Whoops. Oh, I've screwed the whole thing up there. There we go. Now, I could have put this length of tape along the neck underneath the tape there. That sometimes makes it easier to pull up the ends of the bit that's on the fretboard, but oftentimes it just tears the ends off, so it'll tear that bit off, and you then got to pick. So I don't do that unless you're using stronger masking tape than I currently have. And there we go. Go to the Rudy says, when I tape to the edge of the frets, I use a dentist's fine pick, not sure what the real name, to push the tape into the edge. That's a very good shout. Okay, I'm going to just clear the workbench quickly. Put some tools away. And prepare the space. I really do appreciate the fact that you guys are here with me. Thank you very much. Okay. Need to do that. Okay. There are ways to get perfect frets without a machine. There are different machines. You could use a Dremel with a small polishing mop. Jeweler's Rouge. I'm using a white polishing compound here, which is perfect for polishing steel. There's all sorts of different options available, but in my opinion, the quickest and most effective is this. A bench grinder with a loose leaf polishing mop and polishing compound. And yeah, with this you can really get an incredible finish rapidly. And in the end, normal people, not me, but normal people want to do these jobs as fast as possible so they can get on and do it again and make a living. So there we go. Now the one thing is, polishing compound is not good for you. You don't want to breathe that stuff in as much as you can. So mask. I'm also going to open the window. And put some goggles on. Old cheapo restos. Yeah, that's the one. It could be fun. All right, it's camera 2's cool. Camera 3. Can do that, and we'll see what happens. It would help if I plugged it in. Really would. It's these little things in life that, you know, just get you down. Like being an idiot. And dropping stuff. Okay, just some tissue. I don't want to go too hot on each individual fret. And you always want to go from the center of the fretboard to the outside. All right. Right. Actually, that's quite a cool shot. Hold on, not done. Oh. So I have a little bit of buffing compound on the tops of the frets at the moment. I need to sort that out. But you can see, wow, you can see just how shiny those are. And that's with mess on them still. So while everything's still a little bit warm, you can use this to get it off, but the tissue is actually a little bit abrasive, and forcing things is less than ideal. So let's just put this beastie down. Found my water bottle. Look at that, 6 hours and I haven't actually had a break. Wow. Hell yeah. That's pretty much as a Ratsu polish if I've ever seen one. Okay. Korea Verizon, hey man, how you doing? Says those are going to be damn comfortable to play. I agree. Now this is the interesting thing. This tape over those bits of tape actually lifts some of them up, which is pretty cool. If you've got it, if you're lucky. I've missed some, but hey. Whereas when the side tape is underneath the front tape, it tends to cut it off at the corner. The masking tape can also pick up a little bit of the buffing compound sometimes. But in the end, what I need is a fretboard cleaner and restorative. And we'll be sorted. Now, to get that same shine with fret rubbers is possible. It would just take some time. That's really interesting. So the fretboard cleaner generally actually removes the issue here, and it doesn't actually appear to be in this case. So I've got little tiny little bits of what I think, well, it has to be, it's the buffing compound on the tops of some of the frets here, which I can't focus on because they're all too shiny. So yeah, polishing compounds and bits and pieces there. And yeah, the fretboard finish and restorative generally gets rid of that, but not in this case. So yeah. How interesting. Okay. That's a purple alcohol, don't touch it. Ooh. So this is a new tool that we're going to be launching soon at Crimson. It's a fret file handle, but with a strop, a leather strop attached to it. And this is going to make a difference. So just making sure it's clean. I've used this for a variety of different jobs recently. Same polishing compound I used. You could use chrome polish or something like that. Put that onto the tool, and then you polish away. And of course it's doing the job because, you know, it had to, because this was my last thought. Okay. 3, can you see? Will I be in the way? I'll probably be in the way. Now you can see where it's polishing the frets and buffing the strop. I'm going with the frets again, because pretty much as you play, you want to avoid scratches down the center line of the guitar. Wow, this is actually making them even shinier than they were off the buffing wheel. Like little black holes of incredible speed and tone frets, everybody, tone frets. And this thing, in comparison with the fret rubbers, would also get incredible frets. It's also a tool you could make yourself, if you so fancied. My gosh. Okay. Yeah. This is going to be one hell of a guitar. So yeah, there are some frets where I've got gunk on the ends which require cleaning, and the act of cleaning them is messing up the fretboard a little bit. But in the end, a perfect fret is more important. And we can always re-scrape the fretboard if we need to. Again, we've taken what was the single worst fret job I've ever had on my workbench ever, and if it's not the best set of frets I've ever made, it's damn close. I'm really, really, really happy with how this has turned out. Yeah. Crikey. Let's find some fretboard restorative. I think I'm running out. Yes, I've got a tiny little bit left of this really old bottle. The stuff lasts pretty much forever. And yeah, this is the last job of the day. And it's darkening that fretboard down even more. Now the shellac has sealed the rosewood a little bit. So I'm not expecting it to seep in quite as much as I would if it was raw wood. But that's fine. Fresh cloth. Buff the excess off. I might apply a little bit more, but for now and for today, we're pretty much done. If you have any more lingering questions, I'll be happy to have a chat for a bit. I am going to finish this project this week. I guarantee it, because I need to. That there, people. That's a fretboard to be proud of. I'm really, really happy with this. And it was touch and go for a while. Okay. Wow. All right, this instrument is currently being raffled. The raffle is live. There's a limit of, I think, 1,500 tickets, so it doesn't go insane. If it does, I want it to be relatively easy to win. £2 a ticket, and free shipping included in the win. Anywhere in the world, I will ship this instrument to you. And yeah, I'll cover the costs of that, apart from any import tax that's due in your country. That is, I can't stop polishing these frets. That's entirely up to you. But yeah, check the link in the description and go from there. I would really appreciate your support. I'm raffling these instruments off so that I have the so that I can buy the next one and do another video based on something else, something interesting. And I'm going to be working my way up to doing this, but with really high-end guitars. Do you want to see me take apart a Nick Huber, for example? I would rather enjoy doing that. Well, that might be one I would desperately want to keep. He makes very nice guitars, or they do. Anyway, we're good. Back later in the week. Now, questions, queries, comments, criticisms. We're talking about hiding faux Parmesan rind. I don't know why. Edad Pops said, I learned how guitars worked by buying a pawn guitar and strategically cutting it apart to see how stuff went together. Very good educational process. I agree. I imagine lots of Shropshire shops sold strops, being in an iron or steel district. Paul Neat says, Ben, write down in your notebook, contact cleaner for switches. Contact cleaner for switches. Write down on your hand. Read notebook. I do have contact cleaner here somewhere. That's a very, very, very good point. While you're here, let me go and check and make sure I do. How's that? Yes, there's the Servasol contact cleaner. Good stuff. And it's even full. But Paul, thank you very much. Very, very good shout. Matt Fistopheles says, will you remove the paint from the heel? It might come off, it might not. It doesn't necessarily need to. It did come from the original guitar, and it's entirely hidden within the neck, within the pocket, so that's fine. I do want to add some guitar finishing oil to the neck, though. So yeah, that's going to be fun. Jamie Crowcrummer says, Ben, you mentioned making one of those fret strop tools. Do you have any recommendations for glue to stick the leather to the wood? Generally use contact adhesive to glue leather to wood, but PVA would work just as well, in my opinion. Contact, yeah. Ah, Tony, I get it. Deja Voodoo says, damn, he didn't even tongue twist. He speaks the Queen's too well. What was it? I bet I could do it faster. Anyway. Go to the Roadie says, I've been working on a little tool today for cutting masking tape to different sizes for painting, so I can make small tape, large tape small. I've since thought it could be useful for fret gaps too. It really could. Yes, I have Ben's. George Davis says he made one of these with a groove as well, which is our plan. We want to run it over just a router. So I want to run a groove down one side so it fits over the frets and polishes the whole thing. So that would be, yeah, that's the next stage. Okay. Well, yes, Vax Headroom. the paint is from the factory paint job, and essentially the instrument was put together too fast. But that's that. Okay, everybody, look, we seem to have come to a natural end. It has been 6 hours, 17 minutes and 5 seconds since I started this stream at 11 o'clock this morning, and of course I only got about halfway to where I thought I would. Such is life. I have ended up with an incredible fret job, in my own opinion, and I'm really happy with how this is turning out. So yeah, very comfortable indeed. So yeah, watch this space. I'm going to have a think once I've eaten a little bit of food and chilled out for a second, and I will schedule the next stream in this series for later in the week. I am currently in the throes of building the hand tool only build. I've got some serious, I have been doing some serious hand sawing, and this has all come together. I now need to do a little bit of jointing and planing and a little bit of fret work as well on that, and that is going to be going live on the main channel on Saturday, all being well. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot going on. I'm also forgetting how to speak. There we go. Edad Pop says, I dislike beveled straight edges. You almost needed a third hand to slide feeler gauges under a beveled versus a non-beveled straight edge, but there is a need for both styles, and I do use both. Well, there we go. So that's that. We will offer both. So because I do think that people have different techniques. I don't use feeler gauges. I hardly ever use feeler gauges for anything. I use light, and if I can see a gap, there's a gap. And if that's what you're doing, then having a bevel really helps. But also, as I found out today, being able to leave it standing there, go and change the camera angle, etc., also helps. So yeah, twice the fun. What can I say? Matt Turman saying, Ben, eat, followed by exclamation points. I'm going to go do that. George Davis says, thanks, Ben, you make Mondays fun. As do you, George. Thank you for joining us. Everybody, you're amazing. I will see you. I will see you soon, or you'll see me before then. There's like all sorts of things to watch. Mainly on YouTube. Goodbye. Have a great evening, morning, day, week. Go make some sawdust. Goodbye.